back to the LOREATHON. Happy Thursday, everybody. There. That's all better. Okay. Also, YouTube, the stream is being really weird. I tried fixing it for like 5 minutes. I can't edit a thing. It won't let me change a thing. Who knows what's going on with that? So I can't like add a thumbnail. I could barely change the stream title. I have to do that live because of the way that I go on stream. You might notice if you get to the stream really early, you'll probably notice that every single time I start stream, I have to like change the title, add things, you know, set certain things up. It if you're like literally a minute in, you'll probably notice the title changes. The way that I set up my stream, I don't think there's a way to fix this, but I have to edit my stream title and settings and everything at the very, very start of stream. I can preset it on Twitch, not on YouTube. So if I can't do that, I might actually have to change how I stream on YouTube. Something's going on. Hopefully it's just like YouTube being a little buggy today, but hopefully not, because it's already annoying enough to have to speed run the moment I hit go live. You should see when I go live now, have the Twitch open, have my tweet and my go live tweet and my go live Discord post ready to go, pre-type them. Then I copy my title on YouTube, and it's like when I hit go live, I go enter, tab out, copy, paste, edit. It's like a speed run. It is the worst, frankly, but it's the only way I know how to do it. So as a result, yikes. That is the what's the relationship of the Fallingstar Beast and Estelle again? I talk about it a lot. Fallingstar Beast baby, cocoon, middle. I almost said larval. Larval's baby. Transform into Estelle. It's a bug life cycle. Enter, cocoon, transform. They're just different. They're just not fully evolved. That's it. Evolved like Pokemon? Not quite, but I'm into it, so we'll go with that. Elden Ring first playthrough episode today? Yeah, no episode today. Sorry, YouTube. I really wanted to, but I fell behind yesterday. I had a really early appointment. I managed to mostly rest during the day. I did edit a little bit, but not enough. I've been dealing with my headaches coming back, unfortunately, and it's pretty oof today. So I still wanna get the lore out. I'm really excited about today. I've been thinking about it most of the day. I really want to go underground, to the underground areas, subterranean shunning grounds. I've been thinking about the subterranean shunning grounds quite a bit. Let me get Elden Ring actually open over here. It's good. You deserve rest. Yeah, I mean, it's like probably the first day that I haven't like edited a lot, so it's good. It's just the I gotta tell you, the headaches, man. I knew they'd come back. Ah, Jesus. And then I had to open Elden Ring on PC and I get flashbanged for like a solid 15 seconds. Are you freaking kidding me? Elden Ring on PC? This is why PC gaming is inferior to console. Caterpillar to butterfly is the most massive transformation in animals. Thank you, Bamco. Thanks, Bamco. Thanks so much, Bandai Namco. Thank you. Thank whoever gifted a membership. Didn't see who did it. That was probably Rob. I think that was Rob. Rob will probably be here. Or maybe Rob's already here. Who knows? Found a Christian saint who tried to cure rabies with a golden thing. Maybe think of Mikola. Saint Hubert? Saint Hubert's key? Oh, that's intriguing. Thank you for that. You know what's really, really interesting about rabies as well? Huh. He's the patron saint of hunters, mathematicians, opticians, and metalworkers. That's really interesting. Huh. St. Hubert, huh? We gotta... Oops. Oh, man. Sorry, I said that weird, like I'm Southern or something. I accidentally closed YouTube chat. What the heck? I managed to somehow click on the one thing I'm not supposed to. There you go. Whew. caterpillar literally turns itself to juice to become a butterfly. Yeah. So caterpillars, moths. I'm not too familiar with antlions in terms of like knowing. I just know that the antlion life cycle is apparently, according to like the entomologically oriented folk in the Elden Ring community, it was one of the very first things discussed once we figured out the link between the Fallingstar beasts and the Estelles. I pretty much came to the conclusion. I don't remember when I came to the conclusion. Actually, I think pretty quickly, but you know, honestly, it's hard to remember. So during the first playthrough, I thought I didn't even find Jarburg. It turns out not only did I find Jarburg, but I did the entire Jarburg questline on my first playthrough. I seriously thought I didn't. So thinking back to that point is a little bit hard. I forget things that I did even. Also, I figured out Malekith like really early, and I forgot that I figured out Malekith really early. And the first thing I said when I entered Malekith's arena is Malekith? And yeah, turns out, yeah. I just wasn't certain if Garant was also the only beast clergyman. Anyway, I was editing that today, which is why it's fresh in my mind. So you'll see that. Yeah, antlions, the cycle of the Fallingstar beast, even their appearance and things like that is reminiscent of an antlion, which is where we get that concept from. But generally the idea of entering of like a life cycle that follows a bug is very much present in this game. We have tons of cocoons, mainly focused around the twins, the evil, not the evil twins, the cursed twins. Evil was done to them, not that they are evil. Melania and Mikola, who Mikola is very associated with a moth. I initially, during the first playthrough and for a while beyond, thought he was linked to spiders due to seeing the cocoons everywhere as spider eggs, but they are silkworm eggs, silkworm cocoons, actually. So it's a little different. It's really interesting. So with him, there is still the aspect of spinning, silk, threading, creating things out of cloth and needle, but without the link to spiders. There's not really a spidery vibe with him. Yeah, silk moths are beautiful. And yeah, they're a lot more, like, a Japanese player would probably recognize them a lot readilier. I don't even know if readilier is a word. More readily, I guess, than a North American player. I've never seen a silkworm cocoon. I do know what silk moths and silkworms look like, but you know, I didn't see this. Yeah. Elden Ring's lore is wild when the first thing you hear upon joining the LOREATHON is entomologically oriented people of the community. I'm telling you, there's so much. Like, I'm not an expert in entomology. I just happen to be fascinated by moths and butterflies. So, you know, obviously, Melania, butterflies, easy. The fact that there's different butterflies in the game that you can use for different items and they're associated with different characters. It's pretty interesting. Person on YouTube breeds silk moths. What a great hobby. They are so cute too. My god. Like, I love moths as well. Oftentimes they're like, some people call them goth butterflies. I don't think they're goth butterflies. I think they're fluffy butterflies. They're way softer. They have way more fluff all over them. They're really, really cute. But silk moths might be the cutest. Japanese horror game called Hollow Cocoon. It was about silkworms. Neat. I gotta check that out. That's like, sounds right up my alley. Yeah, silk moths are often grown in parts of Asia and used for silk. I don't know exactly like what parts. It's just a little bit more local to that part of the world, which is why it's probably a little bit more recognizable to someone who, like, you know, sees it. Fabric moths breed and grow too fast. Oh, are you talking about the ones that eat your clothes? They hate a type of wood. What is the wood? I remember every time I always had this little block of wood in my closet, and I remember asking my parents what it was about, and they're like, it's for the moths. I've never seen a moth in my closet. Cedar. Yes. And I'd always just have this in the closet. I've never seen them before, but it helps prevent them, helps keep them away. I love natural deterrents like that. That's the coolest thing. Like using lavender and mint sprays. Like, you take some essential oil of mint and lavender, spray it around places you don't want animals to go, and they tend to avoid it because it smells really strong. It can also actually help with bugs. If you have problems with ants, I've had problems with ants before in the summer, like they just show up. If you spray a little like lavender mixed with water everywhere, they hate it. They hate the smell. It's very strong. Cedar rings in that room with the moss too. Oof. Cinnamon works for ants too, apparently. Interesting. To Melania's face too. Butterflies. Yeah, I really disrespected Moonlight Butterfly during that fight because I was like, she's my favorite butterfly boss. I don't like Moonlight Butterfly that much. I don't think it's that pretty. It's a little bit more like a moth. If it was Moonlight Moth, I think I might like it a little better. But you're telling me that's a butterfly? Come on now. You know, I never listened too much to the Sound of Grace. I'm like sitting here. Hang on. Oh, I gotta set up the scene. Sorry, one sec. I forgot that last time we played Dragon's Dogma. So, not only did we play Dragon's Dogma last time, we actually finished it. Which is so great. I really, really enjoyed that game. It's really good. If you're thinking of trying it, you still should. It's real good. Very fun. Nice. Is he finishing it? Yeah, no, it was really good. Oh man, my brain is freaking jelly today. So, let's see. We got, yeah, the plan for today, basically underground areas. I want to start working on Ronnie's quest, or continue working on Ronnie's quest line. Basically what that means now is we have to get through the Lake of Rot, and explore a little bit more down there. We finished Noxtella. We talked pretty extensively about that. Like, I'm pretty happy with where we left that. So really just the Lake of Rot, but I'd also like to go to the Subterranean Shunning Grounds, which I've been thinking about a lot today. Estelle is probably going to be the issue down there. Shouldn't be too bad, but, you know, whatever. But generally, I've been thinking a lot about the underground areas, where they're oriented. Deep Root Depths, also, we haven't touched Deep Root Depths. In fact, I think we might take the Deep Root Depths route to the Lake of Rot. Wait, I'm having a moment. Oh, that's what it is. That's a missing piece. Okay. No, I think we're going to kind of backtrack and do Deep Root Depths, or at least the vicinity. And then I'm having a disconnect on the coffins right now. I'm forgetting where the coffins lead. Like, I'm having like a goober moment. I remember one coffin brings you up. Oh, that's the one that takes you to Deep Root Depths, and then the coffin takes you down, and that's where we end up during Ronnie's quest. Okay, it's back to me. I like Estelle's fight. I like Estelle's fight too. Yeah, I do. It's really neat. This game has really phenomenal visual fights no matter what.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said. We're exploring underwear? Raff smug.
If we were doing that, we'd need Fia. And Goldmask, actually. The two underwear wearers in the game. I mean, I guess it's better. Well, that means technically, okay, since Fia's underwear was removed, do you think that means that, like, she's, like, going commando now? Is that what the implication is with, like, the lore? And if you can't acquire anyone's underwear except for Goldmask, who technically isn't wearing underwear, he's simply wearing that, does that mean that everyone in this game is canonically going commando? Is that the lore? Even Gideon? Could you imagine, like, if imagine being Gideon in this situation where, like, literally someone just runs into your room, starts teabagging, knocks over all your books, and leaves. Whoops! Oh, what? Put that door there. Thought regarding Goldmask, want to get an opinion on without really leading the question. Okay, what, like, opinion on him? Like, generally, like an overarching thought? So the one thing about him is I really wonder where he sort of comes in, because based on the fact that he's a Gold Owner Fundamentalist, and he's probably one of the older Tarnished, but the thing about the Tarnished is that they can be really old, but it also depends on when they came to the Lands Between and when they woke up. Opinion on his origin race. Oh, so you think that's why he looks, like, so tall, perhaps? I don't have particular thoughts on his origin, that's for sure. In fact, I've been thinking a little bit about Goldmask because he's a fundamentalist, but he hated what the hunters of those who became in death became because those, okay, the hunters of those who live in death are also under the Golden Order Fundamentalist umbrella, which is why rather than conjoining, they seek to destroy things that don't fit into the mold. And there's this one item description, I don't remember which one, but you get it in Nocron, which we are going to do soon. It talks about how he was sad and was like bummed. Certain features make me think he's different. You know what's funny? I was looking at the side of his face, the parts of his face that are visible. He's missing his eyes. I don't think they're like missing, or like I don't think they're just like dull. Like they're missing, like Enya's. Enya simply does not have eyes. Holy shit! Hang on, I'm having a realization. Hang on. I don't have it. Son of a... I do. I can't un-two-hand my weapon. Son of a... One moment, please. Just take out your weapon. Just remove it. There we go. Okay. It looks exactly like that. Her face literally looks like this. The wrinkles around her face are freaking rounded. Like, look, they're like... And I actually genuinely don't think that's a coincidence. Her face doesn't look like a tree, but around the eyes, that's really interesting, actually. Like, listen, I don't... Normally people don't simply, like, lose their eyes with age, so the whole circular wrinkle thing is really freaking me out. Where are her eyelids? She doesn't need them. Does she have eyes or no? She does not seem to have eyes, but the other thing that's really uncanny is that her sockets just generally are uncanny. Like, yeah, that where are her eyelids? Seriously. The way the wrinkles go around her face, like, I understand that people be aging, but the fact that they're like, they literally go in a circle. It looks exactly like this. The shackle or whatever it's called. I forget how they describe it. Give me a sec. The board hung from the neck depicts a sprawling tree, its roots and branches forming two holes. This is a self-imposed shackle, a voluntary display of allegiance to the Erd tree that increases faith. Which means... the implication here is that the finger readers... Because they all look like this. All the finger readers turn their faces into voluntary shackles, just thus giving up their eyes in order to show their faith all the more. I think it's like most characters in these games, she's not limited by her apparent lack of eyes. She follows you where she goes. And when the two fingers speak, she looks at them, and the thing is, they speak a language of light, not of sound, yet she can still see it. Interesting. Eyes got squashed, but even then, perhaps... Okay, you know how the three fingers burns you and leaves fingerprints on you? Like, literally, that is how they mark. I noticed, we talked about this briefly on the Discord today, but the three fingers, I was wondering, the three fingers, the Frenzy Flame, it needs a vessel. Scarlet Rot apparently needs a vessel like Melania. So that's why we need to get chosen. Because the thing about the three fingers is that they are effectively 20 feet away. Okay, maybe not 20. Maybe like 20 meters away from the Deep Root Depths. There's a door to the Deep Root Depths directly from the Frenzy Flame. They just walk down their hallway, make a left, and they're at the Deep Root Depths. They are at the tree. So if they want to burn the tree, why not just go out there and freaking touch the roots? They'd probably start burning up, but that's not how it works. You need a vessel. You need to be within the Erd tree. Well, actually, you don't need to be within the Erd tree to set it on flame in the when you do the frenzy route in general. Kind of like how blind people read their hands. Yes, reading Braille. I don't think it's necessarily linked to that directly. It's not uncommon in FromSoft games for people to have no eyes or have lost their eyes and nonetheless be largely unaffected by it. But also, blindness in these games represents faith. And oftentimes, this is really present in Dark Souls, all of them. And Dark Souls, all of them. Demon Souls, even. Characters without eyes, or with marred eyes, lost eyes, covered eyes, can see things that others often cannot. So there's something about the loss of eyes and being able to see other things. So Dark Souls 3, it's really evident with Irina, who was born blind and she can see the dark. And she can feel it. Others can't. And feeling the dark makes her a firekeeper, and she trains to be a firekeeper, because in order to tend the fire, you need to understand the dark very fundamentally. Unless you're the old hero. Yeah. I was more thinking of the Candle Maiden, who has her eyes occluded by wax, but is obviously one of the most powerful figures in the lore. I'm glad you're enjoying the LOREATHON enough to break gravity. Okay. Old Hero's a good point, though. He's probably one character that is a little limited by his lack of sight. But it's more for mechanic reasons than anything else. Adjudicator, I don't even think has eyes. Although maybe I just don't like looking at his face. That's also a possibility. Yo, take it easy, Justin. Have a good night. This might be what allows him to read the fingers. Yeah. I can't believe I never noticed. That's why their eyes look like that. They're so unique. They literally have this the symbol of the shackle around their face. Adjudicator is a bird, technically? Technically, you're right. No playthrough episode today? Nah, time. No time. Gonna do my best. I edited most of it today, but my body's starting to catch up to me, so we're gonna need to... I'm gonna do what I can. I really want to get it done. I can taste the end. The freedom. Stream is 1080p today? That's awesome, actually. Okay. I'm trying to think what's the best way to do this. So like I said, we're starting underground. We want to go underground. I just don't know if I wanted to start with subterranean. I think we'll continue what we were doing last time, which focused around... Where's... Oh, Aincel's here. Okay. We want to go to Nokron. Okay. Oh, the Ancestral Woods. Actually, the Ancestral Woods. We're going to complete this area, beat the boss there. I don't know what that animation was. Okay. Another singing lady. So, stomping the foot, holding the skull. I want to say deer skull, but like a deer-like skull. Could be another elk. But it's specifically an infant ancestral spirit. And buds are still growing from it. They wear horned headbands with buds upon them. And this is the first time we encounter the female ancestral followers. All right, I'm having my controller problem again. How exactly did we fix this last time? Because it's happening again. PC Elden Ring is a little scuffed. This is not happening to me on console. Wait, did it? I think I have to exit the game. Oh, Jesus. Throw a controller at a wall. It is unironically Elden Ring and not my controller. Thing they're holding is an item at the end of this area. Yeah. It's the infant head. Never had this problem though. I've had it twice, and it's only on Elden Ring. Both when starting up the game for the first time. And I had it once before too, but I don't know exactly what the trigger is. PS5 controller. Okay. It fixed itself last time. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna go ahead and look over here for a second. Because it's gonna flashbang us. I'm hiding. And then Bamco's coming. And we're free. Okay. Rob, thanks for the gifted sub to Rainbow 4. That's exactly what popped up when I looked up Rainbow 4, baby. Connection settings between BC controller. Like, it might be, but the thing is, literally, I've played Stardew... Okay, not today. I didn't play Stardew Valley today. But I'll be gaming and have no issues, and then I turn on Elden Ring and something's wrong. It's got to be Elden Ring. And the other thing is, when I open... It's within the game, too. I should have showed you, but you always had to believe me. I would open settings, system, and it would work fine here. But in the game, it didn't. Alright, we're fine. Alright. Anyway, so we can get the item they're using, the infant ancestral head, something like that. We'll get it during this. But I just want to point out what they're doing with it. Oh, she has gold eyes this time. Cool. So the women appear to be more shamanistic, like they are the ones who do magic. Well, the men do too, actually. Hello. Do you have a grab? Hang on, I want to see if she grabs. Also, the women are way taller. Dude, she literally just open palm smacks you in the face. What does this do? Just hurts. Gotcha. Matriarch, I guess? Yeah, they could also just be not necessarily leaders, but religious leaders. It is still a leader, but you know, we don't know too much about the society that they run. Clearly, they're very religious and focused on religion, their worship. So it's not insignificant, but it's pretty interesting. Alright, let's go over here. There's a couple more torches to light. Kill the infants and dance and sing with their skulls. But the thing is, they worship a dead being that is alive in spirit. Need to farm for their headgear. It's nice. You want to know a secret? That I actually just learned recently myself, which is really funny because I didn't know. Just considering it's one of my absolute favorite outfits as well. It's a guaranteed drop. Also, look at these deer. They're just chilling. They are one with the animals. Disney princess vibes. Guaranteed drop. I thought it was a chance drop too, but it's not. From this particular one. Yeah, it's interesting. We see this below in the Hallowhorn grounds as well. wolves just chilling. But the animals appear to be listening to the song as well. Yeah, Master PS, thanks for the 50 stream streak. That's impressive. Okay, right here. You could see the deer were paying attention to it, and the deer were actually walking with the others as well. The ones that are on patrol. But here, just like below in the Hallowhorn Grounds, rats are looking the same way. Here, they are doing the same thing. They're sort of attuned with nature. Red Wolf and the rats here. The Red Wolf, I talked briefly about the Red Wolf. I'm not sure how to settle on the Red Wolf. Some people think that they're all, I've seen this like discussion on Twitter. I think it was Quaylog talking about it, how Quaylog thinks that keep in mind, I don't recall, so I might be wrong. I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth. I'm just trying to credit, where I saw this, the Red Wolf of Radigan. Some people think that they are literally like the eyes of Radigan that he is watching. And he sort of has them scouting different locations and observing people. He kept one with Renala. There's one in the Moonlight Altar, linked to, of course, Renala, but also Rani as well. There's one as a boss in the Gelmir Hero Grave. There's one here, which... I mean, maybe he's keeping an eye on Godwin. I don't know. Also, there's one outside Karia Manor. It's definitely possible, but I'm not personally certain that each and every one of them has a direct link to him. We know there's one called the Red Wolf of Radigan, so it's pretty likely that they're all, you know, they have that association. It's the red hair as well. But then we have to wonder about the Crucible, like the Leonine Misbegotten. It's so pretty. It looks like a freaking Pokemon out there. Scouting or surveilling. It could be both. Personally, I think people are leaning more towards surveillance, considering Radigan likes to watch and observe things. But I'm not sure. I really don't know if they are just like a natural being that happen to be more talented in sorcery. Because sorcery is normally considered, not a contrivance, but you learn sorcery in school. You require intelligence to use sorcery, and each of these red wolves is able to use it apparently naturally. And they use some pretty powerful ones. Radigan only attack, no protect. Yeah, the thing about the Red Wolf of Radigan, which we know for sure is, you know, linked to him directly, it's called the Red Wolf of Radigan. So that one at least is still on at its post. He sort of serves a similar role, I would say, to Margit before Godric, in that he sort of protects the main boss of the area. So Renala, you first have to beat the Red Wolf of Radigan to fight Renala. You have to beat Margit to fight Godric, but it doesn't mean that Margit serves Godric. He doesn't. He's just trying to prevent a Tarnish from getting an easy Great Rune, because Godric is the weakest. So Morgott, as we know, is using extra effort to protect the weakest so that a Tarnish can't gain any strength. It's possible the Red Wolf is doing something similar, or also really just trying to keep Renala in place, because we know Renala was locked in the library by the Rhea Lucarians when they rebelled. It's possible the Red Wolf was sort of put back there, but we see Rhea Lucarian sorcerers past the Red Wolf and before the Red Wolf, which suggests to me the Red Wolf was cool with them. He was just like, whatever you guys want to do. He's not protecting Renala, he's not guiding her, he's not watching her, he's just kind of there. So I don't know. Long story short, I don't know. I don't know why there's a Red Wolf here. I don't know if Radigan personally trained them. I really wonder too, because Radigan hates his red hair, so the fact that he's continually associated with beings with red hair that aren't his children is really interesting, but I really don't know what to do with it. Enchanted shot. Interesting, because there's a whole lot of archers here. Why the rats? Just animals in general, they listen. It doesn't need to be rats, but there's deer and rats here. Hello. Wow, that does a lot of posture damage. I just personally think it has to do with the fact that these beings are very linked to nature. Like, they're basically druids. I'm gonna die to rats. Oh my god. I was playing a little carelessly, but I still don't want to die to rats. Reference to the direwolves in George R. R. Martin's books? It's possible, but the thing is, like, wolves has such a presence here in this game within the lore already. And wolves as partners and positive figures have been a thing since, like, Dark Souls 1. Direwolves were a real creature? Yeah, they sure were. But, yeah, like, I know that George R. R. Martin had his whole thing with, like, the Starks are represented by wolves and stuff, and, it started, it wasn't so much in the show, apparently, because, like, CGI expensive, but, like, each of the Stark children found a little wolf, a dire wolf, and they raised them, and it was considered, like, a good omen or whatever, because they're associated with wolves. But we have Sif from Dark Souls 1 as I didn't need to do this in the hard way, but I did anyway, as Artorias's compatriot. It wasn't even his pet, like literally his compatriot. They fought together. All the way back in Dark Souls 1 in 2011, right? So, then again, I'm pretty sure the books existed by then. I'm not saying that, like, you know. But the idea of wolf equals friend is not, like, only Martin. So that's why I'm not certain if I want to jump to the Starks as a link here. Wolves and dogs in general, right? They're really... like, they're just ancient dogs that were eventually domesticated. They represent, like, the terror of humanity turned into man's best friend. You know? Okay, so we get the thing that I already forgot what it's called. Ancestral Infant's Head, I believe? Yep, Ancestral Infant's Head. Skull of a very young ancestral spirit. Just think how many sproutings it might bear. Uses FP to spray spirit vapor, inflicting magic damage. The vapor becomes a temporary geyser which deals continuous damage to everything it touches until it disappears, sorry. So it's interesting because this is a young ancestral spirit, and, you know, I don't know, it's a little interesting because it is the skull, it is dead, but there's still life within it. You can see the spirit sort of coming out of the eyes as well when you see, and the spirit flame within. Giant skull or a deity skull? I mean, I feel like it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. The ancestral followers, it's presumable that they do worship the ancestral spirits. And Nacent butterflies here. Interesting. Link to Mikola. Oh, I wonder if that isn't something related. Listen, so we talk a little bit about how Mikola is a little bit mysterious because we don't know exactly why he was, who he was cursed by and why he was cursed. But then we have Nacent butterflies. Arcane butterfly with translucent wings. This butterfly appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. It's a reference to Mikola. It's linked to Mikola. We have the Aeonian and Smoldering to reference other Marika children as well. But the Nacent is Mikola. And there's a lot of them here, and we also find an infant skull that will remain growing. Ancestral spirits are tied to abundance and growth. New growth, yes. Yes, new life. That's effectively what they... I don't want to say they worship the ancestral spirits, because I think they do, but I almost worry it's too much of a conclusion to jump to. They seem to worship new life and the sprouts of life and things that life will sprout from, more than anything. But what's interesting is how that takes on form. So for example, we see them above ground at minor Erd trees. Almost every single minor Erd tree has a few ancestral followers doing their cool dance. Torrent also be an Ancestor Spirit? He is guaranteed an Ancestor Spirit. They have the same jump. But the interesting thing about him is he looks like he's alive. Versus the two Ancestor Spirits that we fight in the game as bosses look skeletal. So, is Torrent younger? Considering he can't jump as much? Suggests yeah. But like, what makes him different? Not sure. What level am I? I mean, I'm level 86, but it's just a lore run, so I wouldn't worry too much. I can level up anytime I want, really. Stars and Nocron Noxella are artificial, but do we have any idea how they were made? I should move YouTube chat. Sorry, I'm like focused on my thoughts here. I'm missing some YouTube chat. There we go. Use to divert any political conversation in the boss room. That's funny, because yeah, we do find him in the debate parlor, eh? Yeah, we don't know how they made the sky, as far as I know. But considering there's a lot of sorcery that involves star calling, pulling in stars, I wonder if it's not linked. I don't know, but they created... Everything created in Nocron and Noxella is designed around mimicking something else. They made fake dragons. They didn't quite work. They made artificial skies. They made artificial plants. Well, I don't want to say they made artificial plants, but the dew-kissed herba are fed off starlight, and we don't see them above ground. So it really does seem like they took what they had and they created versions of it that could work down here. It's like they altered things or created fake things. Potentially from scratch. It's a little interesting. You never know what you miss. It's so funny that you found the Ancestor Spirit from my videos. Yeah. Elden Ring part 93 coming tomorrow. I know you're excited, sorry, but editing that much is killing me. So eventually I knew I was going to slip up. Ah, so here's the thing too. The singing is buffing these guys. Melina some kind of power? But Melina... Well, okay, potentially Melina's the first owner, but I don't think that Melina's the first owner. The Ancestral followers seem like one of the most ancient... Wait, did you just heal? Do it again. I think that's what the buff does. Do you heal when you hit me? Oh, that is so cool. Huh. I didn't know that. Melania heals off it. I don't think it's directly related, but that's pretty interesting. Didn't come from the Erd tree, but was eating it and became corrupt? Yeah, I don't personally believe that. I think that as the tree spirits are natural and they're part of the life cycle. But because the natural life cycle has been disrupted, they too have as well. Yushu had to face us? I think we're talking about something else. Ooh, the jawbone axe! Fantastic get. I don't think I've gotten that before as a drop. Nice. Feel off hitting you before like that? Me neither. I've never noticed. So it's only the ones with the buff, for sure. Because the other ones were hitting me and they weren't healing. So when the lady is singing, they heal off hit, and it's significant. These ones are also able to use magic. Like, they all use magic in some way, shape, or form. And the magic... There we go. Do it, do it. Oh, I thought you were going to cast your spell. The magic they use is centered off using spirits as well. So, the spirits of small animals are imbued into their arrows. I mean, they also use animal fur. So, I don't know. It's really interesting. The Ancestral followers do their own thing, but I think it's quite possible they existed in tandem with other civilizations. So they might have been here since the civilization of old. I don't know if they're literally the members of the civilization of old. It's possible, considering the fact that they really remind me of Tumerians from Bloodborne. I don't know, though. They're doing their own thing. They've been around for a long time. But their religion is very druidic. They use bones. They don't use metal. What animal spirit gives them homing arrow nuke? So they say small animals, so I'm leaning toward like squirrels. It's like Revenge of the Squirrels. The Ancestral Spirit also absorbs the life of other creatures. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? There's something about that too, right? Like you... Like, when you defeat an enemy, you take their runes. You take their life force. When you defeat an enemy, you take souls in previous games. Like, you get stronger off of the things that you defeat. I don't know where this idea came from, but I remember I was reading Dracula, and this idea came up, and it was really interesting. One of the... I forget his name. Ugh, he was one of Dracula's thralls. They had him imprisoned. He was in like an insane asylum. And they realized that he started, like, he would capture flies and use them to lure in spiders, which he would then capture, and he kept using the sort of bugs to get stronger and stronger things, and he would eat them when he could. I think he was eating spiders mainly, but he might have managed to get bigger things like rats. But there was, to him, he talked a lot about how eating something gains you its power, and you gain the power of everything that it has ever eaten as well. He moves up to birds, that's what it is. Yeah, it's been a while since I've read it, so it's a little fuzzy. But obviously it's sort of used because he's a thrall of Dracula, and he worships him as if he's a god, basically. And that's sort of what's being implied with Dracula, is that he's so powerful because he has consumed the blood of so many people, that it's like he's taken on their life within his own and is now even better for it. All the people, all the things that we've ever eaten, plants and animals that give us strength, he eats the person, thus gaining the strength that they have consumed. And these guys, they worship the spirits, but they also, and they worship with the deer. The rats appear interested in the singing as well. It's like a part of the religion. But they'll still use their spirits, they'll still wear their skins, right? Because it's a part of the natural life cycle. Like the Realm Eater from Midgard? That one I'm not familiar with. If you're talking about like someone like Needhog? Oh my god, brother? Damn, dude. Hang on, do you heal when you hit me with an arrow? We need to science this. Okay. Oh, no, put your... Aw, oh, dang it. Why they do their dance around the minor Earth tree? Yeah. Yeah, they're doing the same dance here. They worship new life. Okay, I don't know if they heal off arrows, but whatever. Final secret Miyazaki alluded to might be? I really can't think of if there's an item in this game that is largely useless, but he probably just means that, dude. He's really... I wouldn't be surprised if he said that just to troll people. Miyazaki is a bit of a troll. It's not going to be anything big. I feel like people are like, oh my god, there's a secret area we haven't found out, or a secret interaction. No, I'm pretty sure he just means that, like, there's like a pendant somewhere. The equivalent to the pendant. Alright, we got a few more to light. It is interesting that we use the... Oh, one more to light. That we use the torches to, like, light our way. Item that's just a pile of rubbish? In Dark Souls, I can't think in this game if there is one. If you break a chest before you take the item out, the item becomes rubbish in Souls. This mainly happened to me in Dark Souls 2. It was very funny. Yeah, no, it's not going to be anything big. Patches sells it? In Elden Ring? Are you sure? Because I could have sworn I went through. Oh, glass shards. Those aren't rubbish, though. They have a purpose. They're not the most helpful thing in the world, but they're not rubbish. Dragon thing that eats the tree in God of War? That's Needhog. So I don't think the ancestral spirits are supposed to be Needhog. I don't think they're eating the tree. They're tree spirits. So that would link them to the tree. If they were tree eaters, then I think they would be called that. You know what I mean? They are sort of reminiscent, but I don't think tree spirits are meant to be Needhog. Because Needhog, well, I don't know. In God of War Ragnarok, Needhog apparently, like, prunes the tree while eating it, but I thought that was, like, the complete opposite of what Needhogs, like, did. So, what's the purpose of the glass shards? I'm gonna be real with you. I think crafting. I don't know, because I've never used them before. Because I don't craft. Give me 1 second, though, gamers. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, hello. Only purpose is it looks like something valuable when dropped. But then they have a purpose. Like you just kind of explain what their purpose is. Like it's not much of one, but that's their purpose. They're sparkly. Went to laser golem with a silver shield? Better troll for invasion bait? Drop poop, that's true. Essentially worthless. I took that with pile of rubbish. Yeah, no, because the thing is, when you say it's like rubbish, like we literally have rubbish in Souls, and what it does, it's basically because there are mimics in Dark Souls. So you know, if you hit a chest, that's one way to test if it's a mimic. You hit it with your weapon. If you hit it too much, or if an enemy hits it, or whatever, congratulations, that chest just broke, and the item within turned to rubbish. That is literally an item that you had turned to garbage. Glass shards, they may not have much of a purpose, but they do have one. I could say that's equivalent sort of to the pendant. Feed rubbish to Framp. True, he loves it. Hello. Also, yeah, these ones have eyes. They just, it's hard to see because they're so busy attacking you. But no, they do have eyes. Something I wanted to mention. They have different horns. I don't know. I do wonder if it does have something to do with the fact that Empyreans, almost every Empyrean that we know of in FromSoft is a woman, right? Melania, the exception being Mikola, but Mikola is really interesting because he's so strongly linked to Marika. He also has the connection to Trina. Things like that, right? He's an interesting case for sure. Then we have... Wait, you're glowy. The Shining Horn Headband, which we'll read in a second, by the way. I'm just, like, busy looking at these guys so much. Is, covered in new buds. These same ones that appear to be on the Ancestral followers. Lands Between does have a matriarchal theme. Yeah, I would say that. The, Yeah. I think there's something... Okay, so the idea of the new buds forming on the antlers, I wonder if all the Ancestral Spirits... In fact, thinking about it too, it's not the same thing. But look at the horns on Torrent, who has horns, not antlers. They're a little bit more reminiscent to the ones that the male Ancestral followers have. Not the same, I know. They have like a different type of horn. I don't know what kind of animal it would be. Versus the antlers that the women wear. I wonder if all the Ancestral Spirits we fight aren't women. Or female Ancestral Spirits, I guess, in this case. And there's something about new life with women. It's a huge theme in Bloodborne as well, of course, with women being the ones who get pregnant all the time. Ability to carry birth life. But I think the ability to create life is not quite so literal. There's other things that are involved too. But it's definitely something to consider. Apostate Derelict, the Mirror Shield? I don't know what you're talking about. Smaller than the Ancestral Spirits? Yeah. And he's only capable of doing one jump. Color looks to be about the same though. I don't know. If the Ancestral Spirit has singular solid or cleft split hooves. Well, let's take a look. Bye-bye. Yeah, no, so sorry, I was listening to the Empyreans. Marika, of course, was an Empyrean before she became a goddess. Melania, Mikola, Ronnie, and the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Toodles! So we light the torches to light the way. The growths on this one are particularly tree-like. I think they might be the same, but I actually didn't notice that it literally has leaves growing out of it. Like the horns had become a tree. Excuse me, I'm stuck. Lighting the flame is sin, though? No. The idea of fire as destructive is for burning the Erd tree. And lighting a flame is not inherently bad, although the candle tree shield does suggest it is, but these guys are completely doing their own thing. They don't really care about that sort of symbolism. Yo, I'm glad you're enjoying the first playthrough. Okay, I was hoping to just de-aggro these nerds so that we could read the shield. And by shield, I meant, horn headband? So we got the great horn headband before. Headband decorated by a pair of great horns worn by ancestral follower warriors. Shining horn headband. Headband decorated by a pair of shining horns worn by ancestral follower shamans. Horns with buds that also shine are ideal ceremonial items for ancestral worship. Strengthens ancestral infant's head. Are you freaking kidding me right now? Which one of you shot me? Oh, now you're walking away. Yet now you're backing up. Uh-huh. Because I'm looking at you, right? Time to die. Wait, these are normal arrows. They're not dwelling arrows. Interesting. The ones below use dwelling arrows. These runes theirs, or are they just settling there? You know what? I'm leaning toward it's not theirs. There's a little bit of a split here with the ruins. Then again, they do have their object of worship, or, well... I'm actually thinking about this. This is a temple built of stone, and the other one that we see down there is pretty much the same. Someone said this looks almost dock-like. I can see it being like a dock. And exactly here, with maybe like a little bit extra space in the back, is where Mohg places Mikola, his object of worship, in a similar place in the same ruins. Mohg is a squatter, for sure. Those aren't his ruins. But Mohg mimics this. I wonder if they built it. It's not that they're not, like, I'm not saying they're primitive, because they have a very, very rich culture, like, clearly. But they don't use, as far as I can tell, stone. They use wood and bone. They might use stone, though. Let's take a look at the jawbone axe that we got. Definitely no metal, though. Axe made from an herbivore's skull, weapon of the ancestral followers who disdain metal. This axe is more of a bludgeon. It forgoes a bladed edge, instead using the beast's molar teeth to buffet foes, dealing strike damage. I don't think I've ever read that before, actually. They're ascetic? No. Might have repurposed the ruins for the Ancestral Spirit. The ruins, too, this one in particular, it's very close to the woods that they live in for sure. But I wonder if they took over, or if the people who lived here, I don't know. I kind of go back and forth on it. I don't know if these folks are the descendants of the people who made these ruins. Stonework like this generally needs metal tools. Yeah, they definitely don't use metal. So I don't think they built these. They probably just took over after the people left or died out or whatever happened to the folks who built the ruins. Considering the boat as well, I want to show this off again because it is really interesting. In the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC trailer, in the shot that looks like it's like in this weird nighttime location where we see the lady in red attacking us, or the player character, you can actually, if you pause, I thought they were just ruins. I thought they were, you know, Nokron ruins, actually. I looked at them and I'm like, those look like Nokron ruins to me. They're boats. There's boats that look exactly the same right up here on these... I want to call these triptychs, but I feel like triptychs have 3 doors, so they're not triptychs. On these statues, on these pillars. And we have lots of other symbols here, but what's interesting is none of the beings depicted here have horns or are depicted as horned, except for maybe second from the top on the very right. That guy looks to me like he's almost like a lion or something. I don't know. But they don't otherwise have the depictions. Like, I don't think these guys made those. Because once again, it's a good point. They probably need metal tools to do this type of intricate design work. Could this have been a dock for mariners? Hallowhorn grounds were repurposed for the sake of spiritual guidance or spiritual connections. Could have been a port for mariners to ferry the dead. It's possible. It's just I don't see... Okay, the mariners... I'm sorry, I shouldn't be walking on you like this. Sorry. Actually, make a sound. What sound do you make when I walk on you? Gooey. Gooey flesh noises. Help. Okay. Mariners are linked to Deathroot, but I personally think that there's enough evidence that they probably fulfilled a previous, like another purpose beforehand. Deathbirds also, I think they have been changed and transformed visually and otherwise by the presence of Deathroot. With Death gone, I think Deathroot has spread not just literally over the roots, but a little bit, it's infected things that previously were associated with death, like Deathbirds, because we have a depiction of death birds on this axe, and they don't look anything like this anymore. Right there. That is, you can see the eye, some plumage, and then the beak, which is where the axe is. Sorry, my own light is freaking getting me in my eyes. And then little wings, I guess? But anyway, deathbirds don't be looking like this anymore. And I wonder if this isn't supposed to be sort of what they looked like before Deathroot. Twin birds motif and a shield? No. I don't remember where you get that. I know what you're talking about, though. It's really, really important. It's like a twin-headed bird. Infected the spirit world of death, as well as the physical. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. So what I mean is, though, that the death birds and the mariners likely fulfill the same purpose, with death birds ferrying the dead. Although it's possible, I guess, they come from different places because one's really fixated on one water and one is in the air, but I don't know. Mariners do just to kind of appear to float. Water is apparently a suggestion for them. Altus near the invisible torch merchant. I think we're thinking about two different things. Do you mean the Sunrealm shield? Wait, the Twin Bird Kite Shield is near there too? Oh, I must have missed it then. Oh, do you get it off the death bird there? Oh my god, then I can do that. Different death spirits for different cultures, maybe? It's possible. Oh, I don't know. There's so much. Okay, I didn't know it's a death bird. I'll go fight that. That's huge. I totally forgot. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I just didn't think it would drop. Why did I forget about that one? We gotta go fight all the death birds. So, Regal Ancestor Spirit. So we can jump, I think, twice, maybe even 3 times. And then it dies during the boss fight. Respawns. Like, it rebirths itself during the fight. Also, in this one, like we mentioned, you can see little spirits. There's a bunch of bones here as well, with little new growth upon them. Yeah, 2 jumps. Yeah, there's also spirit animals. We see rams, deer. Ooh. Little squirrely guys. I don't even know what those are. Probably something from Australia. That came up faster than I thought. Alright, let me do some damage. It always comes out faster than I think. Like a little, like I wait too long. Princess Mononoke? Yeah, the spirit. It's the same thing that Xerneas is based on in Pokemon. Like an ancient woodland spirit. And I think that's what these guys are supposed to evoke. It's a mix of that sort of woodland spirit and the worship of ancient animals. As well as like a typical druid. D&D style. I did it again. I know better than to try to say Celtic names. Can you tell me how to say that? Cernunnos, the Celtic god of nature? Not familiar with that one. That's really neat. Is it a deer? Eats all the spirits to heal. I think it dies instantly. It tries to respawn itself further away. I feel like I've had that happen. Let's try to get that to happen. I remember Zuli kind of showed off some of the stuff because this boss apparently has some like things that you can't get to trigger in the game. Oh, look at its gut. Its insides are like hanging out. I think definitely what's going on the lands between. Oh, here we go. That hurts. Wow, we healed a lot. I forgot about that. Vicar Amelia had us. Pretty. Also, the music changes after it heals? It can run for longer too, not just jump, it can run in the air. Yo, what if we get a torrent buff that lets us run in the air for a little while? Look like it's a boar now? Oh, that's what you mean, like it takes, that's another thing I forgot about. I haven't spent too much time fighting this guy. He's kind of a boss you can trivialize if you want to. But yeah. It's doing the, isn't that the ram move? What animal does this? Or is it the deer? No, the rabbit! That's what it is. Okay, the little bunny squirrels. Yeah! Yeah, it takes on the traits of the animals that it absorbs. And uses attacks like them. Okay, you're no such. You might die a couple times because I'm really trying to show off more things it does. There we go! And it glows when it's channeling. So when it gets on that particularly white glow, it means it's borrowing a move. Yeah, it doesn't live very long usually. Oh, here we go, here we go. And then you see the little spirit animals die. I think that, sheep. Sheep time? Sheep? Come on. Okay, being reborn. Very poggy. We get to see it. Looks like a boar still. No, 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 it's the goat! Ah! Oh my god! I've never seen that myself either. I heard it did this, but I never saw it. This is so great to get to showcase. Even when dead, nothing's wasted. Even spirits can give their lives. Here we go, here we go. Oh baby, oh baby! All right, so we've seen the bunny, we've seen the boar, we've seen the ram. There might be the deer still. There's a little deer in here. There are little deer in here, but I mean, like, I don't know if it does anything else. Oh, it's still in ram form. Whoops. Glitches to the floor when it sinks and dies by falling out of bounds. Interesting. A little bit like Rom and how it teleports, sort of. Not quite the same. Ow. Oh my god, it's gonna kill me. More ram. I think we've seen most of it. The air jump is the deer move? I'm not sure. You know what? The other one doesn't leave a remembrance either, and now all the spirits are dead when it's dead. It's a little macabre. Using up the spirits thing, maybe an early patch thing that got fixed. Yeah, I remember Zuli talked about something that got removed and people don't notice, but I think it might have been just that. I'm really not sure. So I'll read the remembrance, but what's interesting is we get kind of teleported to this sort of almost like pocket realm. Like, do we enter truly the spirit world? Because when we touch the horned remains, we go somewhere else. And we go to this, like, we literally teleport here. It's a dead end. We're suddenly underground. Deeper underground than we already were. And it looks like a burial chamber for animals. We can never use torrent in any of these, so it's hard to say. And I wonder if there's human bones here. I don't know enough. I wouldn't be surprised maybe ancestral follower bones. But it's mainly animal bones. Estelle boss room? Yes, it really does. Okay. Remembrance of the Regal Ancestor Spirit hewn into the Erd Tree. The power of its namesake... Okay, we know that part. Ancestral spirits exist as a phenomenon beyond the purview of the Erd Tree. Life sprouts from death as it does from birth. Such is the way of the living. So, the thing is that even though it is outside the purview of the Erd Tree, it's still able to be hewn into the Erd Tree as a remembrance. This one, and that's always been one thing that I always think about and wonder about. Is it us getting them hewn into the Erd Tree? Is this thing affected by the Erd Tree and what has happened to it? Going from this natural state to this arguably parasitic state? Human ribs would be distinctly wider. Unlike most quadrupeds. Yeah, I did notice these ribs cages are like super like close together and like really broad. No, these aren't human. Yeah, new life is growing from them. It looks a little macabre to be like, oh yeah, there's like also one other thing I'll point out. Remember we talked about how the little bodies, the ghosts, I mean, the human ghosts that talk to us, have little mushroomy looking things coming out of them. Some of them look a bit like this, not quite the same. But it's still interesting. They're going all over. Godwin is like a twisted version of the spirit. Kind of. Because new life is growing from him. New life is growing from him, for sure. In fact, it is the fact that he remains alive while dead that is part of the problem. But the thing is, the ancestor spirits appear to be very natural. And older than the Erd Tree, but still affected by it, clearly, based on the fact that we get a remembrance. It could also be a gameplay thing that we get a remembrance, right? Let's go see what we can get with this one, actually. Fortisax, and you're fighting it some kind of dream realm? It's possible, because it is apparently dead, but we touch it and we enter a different realm, so we could be entering its dream. But the only thing is, now once again, it could just be a gameplay thing, but we enter Fia's dream, and once we leave, we're unable to re-enter versus those we are able to re-enter even though they appear dead. So sleep and death are related. New here, what's your build? So we're just doing like a LOREATHON. I don't really have much of a build. I've just been like leveling some decks. We're not really build focused. I don't even want to call it a build, you know what I'm saying? Ah, so we get the Winged Greathorn as a remembrance weapon, but the jawbone axe is different. Distinctive horns suffused with the power of ancestral spirits. This large wing-shaped specimen is wielded as a weapon of spirit worship. Okay, so yeah, it is blatant that they worship the spirits. In the ancestral spirit worshipping faith, these are considered envoys' wings, made to reap the lives of beings which experience no sprouting. Okay, yeah, I think that's a link to Deathbirds. I would call that a Deathbird link, especially since they paint them red. The Twin Bird shield, I believe, is blue and red. Unique skill Soul Stifler. Raise the Greathorn's wings to summon a soul-sapping miasma. Enemies in the affected area will temporarily suffer from reduced defense. We actually sort of bugged out one of these enemies And it literally was doing that attack for like a solid 10 minutes until we took it out. So we got to see the whole animation. So the thing about it is it's a soul-sapping miasma, but it also seems to summon spirits as well. Yeah, it's a lore guide build. That's exactly right. Oh, didn't read the other one. Ancestral Spirit's Horn. And here we get to see maybe like the intended color, the leaves sprouting from it, which have the same teal as their magic. Item cut from the horns of the Regal Ancestor Spirit. Restore FP upon defeating enemies. A number of new growths bud from the antler-like horns of the fallen king, each glowing with light. Thus does new life grow from death, and from death one obtains power. The fallen king. Interesting. They both have such good lore. I think I'm just gonna wait for now.
Now go forth. Let the words of...
Okay, bye. I think exclamation mark LOREATHON has some information, but basically we're looking for lore in all the games. Starting with this one. King of the Forest being a deer, very Bambi. Not just Bambi, very Princess Mononoke, as mentioned before, yeah. But not a deer, an elk. I would think he's supposed to be an elk. Same idea, but yeah. Hello, do you care about the Ancestral Spirit? No, because you're lame and stinky. Okay, that's the woods done. Worshipper's Woods. So, the Worshipper's Woods, everyone there appears to be a spirit, and there's no more shamans there. There's none. We only see them above here at the Ancestral Woods. The elk Benaric woman. Maybe moose? Not moose. Definitely not moose. The horns aren't right. Although, I didn't mention it, the horns that we get, the was it Spirit Axe or whatever it was called? That we just saw that I forgot the name of? That they look a little moose-like, I would say. But a moose have really different antlers. Alright, so now we're gonna go to the aqueduct. Heading toward deeper depths. Oh wait, is there anything over there? There, I think we went from below. Nope, we go where the jellyfish are. Hello, jellies. One of the talismans down that route? Which talisman? Is it a stag? Some form of elk? We forgot to look at the antlers. I forgot. Clarifying horn? Clarifying horn. I don't know if I have that one. Got it. Ah, I should reread this though. It's significant. Said to be a budding horn, the ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers over and over again until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. It's pretty cool that the buds look like plants, without fail. They become plant-like when they sprout. And budding horns and old fangs are found in this area. We've read them. They grow on the beasts. It's a vestige, perhaps it's a vestige of the primordial crucible. That's generally the message here. When horns grow on things that don't have them, or multiple fangs grow from a single root in beasts, it's a vestige of the primordial crucible. So the new life sprouting from these is a link to the crucible. It's natural, in other words. That's basically a fancy way of putting it. Connection between the Omen and the Ancestors? I don't know. I will... Oh, Silver Tear Husk. Oh, right, we have that. Okay. The horns, I would say yes, but I don't know if the link Okay, the Omen seem to be born with horns. That's the only thing. Some people consider it a curse, and there is something actually that I'd like to talk about that with once we get to the subterranean summoning grounds, because I've come to the conclusion that the Omen are not cursed. Like, being an Omen is not a curse. It's only become seen as one, and they are treated badly. So rather than, you know, the Omen, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong or bad about them. They are simply born with a strong link to the Crucible. If anything, what's interesting is they do look larger than normal humans, and apparently they're human, right? They're born, but they can be born of otherwise like what we would consider normal humans. But their body type is pretty reminiscent of the ancestral followers. Huge, massive, muscular. Yeah, I don't think that they're necessarily like cursed. And I'd like to look at the subterranean shunning grounds. I'm also wondering if we can find the places where Moog and Morgott were shackled. Trying to angle him. Dang it! Hang on, I did that wrong. Oh, that's not good. What? What? Brother, chill the F out. I don't know where the door is. I'm trying to get him to, like, fall off because it'd be really funny. Sorval and shunned that those emotions spawned a curse. Very similar, very similar. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to fight this dork. Also, we've talked about Crucible Knights a little bit, like, just in that they are Knights of the Crucible. It's really quite simple in that way. But what's interesting is they do not have a sigil. It's been talked about before, but they're apparently able to summon these animal parts without needing, like, to cast anything. It's just something they can inherently do. Curse may also be subjective. Rot seers being blessed or divine. Yes. The one thing I will say, though, is that the rot seems to come from an unnatural place. Like, it's inflicted upon others, whereas the Omen horns are not. But no, absolutely. It's definitely sort of this idea of... There you go! Yeah! Bye! Thanks for the Crucible Horn Shield. Great Shield of red tinged gold carried by Crucible Knights features a great horn. An ancient holiness dwells within. The Crucible horns... Oh my god, I can't read today. Sorry. The Crucible horn skewers foes when performing shield bashes. This is a lot more like a rhino horn. And we see some really interesting animals, like the sort of like hippo creature in the trailer and stuff. Why does one learn what? Oh my god. Why does one serve Lady Tanith? So that one Crucible Knight basically betray the others. I don't remember the exact lore, but we'll probably get it in this run by taking that Crucible Knight out. Basically it says something along the lines of he's the only one of their order to have like left or something like that, which is really interesting because they are otherwise. Huh, okay. Interesting. Oh my god, what is it? Sorry, I cut myself off. I was looking at how these plants grow on the stone because I'm curious about what that might imply. Definitely looks like they're growing on and through the stone. Yeah, that one Crucible Knight basically... Oh, Crucible Knights are individuals. They are able to make their own decisions. They're not like possessed or, you know, enslaved or anything like that. They choose who to serve. And they generally serve the Crucible and things that are trying to fight to fight for it. So you might be like, oh, why do they fight for Godfrey then? Likely because Godfrey was fighting for the Erdtree and the Crucible turned into the Erdtree. So I definitely think it was something with that. Lore playthrough with commentary. That's basically what this is meant to do. Yeah. But it's a lot of talking with chat, for sure. I am streaming on YouTube too, though, I guess. Hello, Celeria Knight lady. I hope you don't give me your weapon, but I need it. Oh, and we got these boys again, eh? I'm gonna die. JK. I deserved it. Ugh. Ganking. You know what? It's fair enough. I walked toward the edge. I was curious if I can find a way out, and she gave me one. Thank you. From editing, uploading? No, I mean, I would like that, but I do want to do, like, scripted lore videos, ideally. Like, I know, Raph, you've been talking about it for years. I know. It's intimidating. It is. It's intimidating for me to do something I haven't done before. Like that. Believe you found one? I sure did. Technically correct. All of your bones are homeward bones? That's real. I didn't go over there like a complete little goober. Okay. Just wanted to read something that Roger gave us way back when, because it's relevant. Letter written in a trembling hand, I forgot to tell you, but it seems Dee has a younger brother. I heard he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct beside the eternal city of Nacron, and it said he stood before the Prince of Death, not far beyond that spot. And that's probably around the time he got skill issued. And, like, left naked, apparently. I really wonder if the twinned, giving him the twinned armor, like, it sort of wakes him up and allows him to keep going. But it's interesting that that's sort of when he takes on, he gets his warrior spirit back, so to speak. I wonder if it's sort of, I don't know. He doesn't cover the face either, because I think that he might be the face that was covered before. Like, he is the one whose face was covered. Because he remained sleeping, maybe? I don't know. Okay. What was I doing? I picked up the Missionary's Cookbook. Oh, I actually forgot to read this, but this is pretty interesting. All the Missionary's Cookbooks are a record of crafting techniques left by a man who, unable to become a finger maiden, instead became a missionary and went forth to spread holy teachings. And this one is the Sacred Order pot. We also see signs of the hunters of those who live in death here. The centipedes, the golden centipedes. So missionaries of the Erdtree made it this far. He's the more fragile of the two twins and the more unstable. So the thing is, it says he wanted to become one but couldn't. We don't know why he couldn't become a finger maiden. We don't know if it's because he was a man or if it was for another reason, but he couldn't. Also, just to point out, this is made to be a depiction of the Crucible. So this is what the Crucible looked like. It's kind of pine tree-like. It's got the upturned leaves either way. Upturned branches, I should say, not leaves. Erdtree is placed atop the Crucible, suppressing it. In the Elden cutscene, you're surrounded by them as if it's saying, I can do this again. I wonder if that doesn't... For me, when I saw the multiple trees, it represented other places where Erdtrees have been planted or sprouted. And I think it's meant to be, personally, the way I read it. Now, whatever interpretation you see, but like you said, in the Elden Beast fight, you see multiple Erdtrees. The Erdtree is this powerful icon, this source of worship. The Elden Ring is this relic that is so powerful that it has taken over and changed the way, like, it's removed death from the world. It's so powerful. And then we have this moment of like, yeah, this is just our world. This is happening to many others. Countless ones. And it's like hey, you know how this is a big deal for you? Well, this is one of many for me. And it's just shiver-inducing. You know, I knew she was coming, but I was like, I got some time. Greater Wilson and Vassal Lords too? I would say so, yeah. Rhino Horn. Why did I let that hit me again? I know the timing. Okay, no, I'm just having a moment. I'm having a goober moment. I'm dead. You get hit by one thing, you get hit by everything. I tell you, it's like a rolling downhill. What's your opinion on Fia executing D just to tell us she will go see a mermaid? What part of it? Because I think it's pretty baller, not gonna lie. Raph is trolling? No, unfortunately. I'm just a little bit of a goober. I'm having some goober moments today. I'm playing not the best, but it's okay. My brain is full of lore. Found it pretty creepy seeing them all for sure. Yo, Maestro Shay, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 23 months. Will you get an updated Smasher Pass with Mesmer and the Elden Ring DLC? Listen, I am a woman of culture. I didn't do a Smasher Pass, okay? I did a hotness tier list where I didn't... Listen, I am not so pedestrian as to look at an image and say smash or pass. I made a tier list that outlined the smashability or lack thereof of every freaking individual in the lands between. And did the date location tier list make it onto YouTube? I don't remember. So I will have you know, I outlined my thoughts on every aspect. Smasher Pass. Dude, a Smasher Pass is easy. I put work in. I thought about my choices. I even consider, I put like lots of different variables in. It's not just about their appearance, okay? It's about their loyalty, their perceived kinkiness. Like there's so much more going on than they're hot. I might be like, yeah, but you also put Melania on top. Okay, because she's hot and tall, all right? That's my type when it comes to ladies. Sorry. It's a little bit of them being hot too, okay? I'm only human. I think I put Morgott low, not because he's not hot though, but because he's like already emotionally married to a tree and I don't want to be the other woman. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of factors you have to consider. Now, would I be the tree in the relationship? Yeah. Of course I play better when I'm bullshitting about hotness videos. Morgott's also stinky? What, because he's got horns? I will have you know then that he probably smells like the forest. Yeah, but the forest can get kind of stinky. No. I got shot in the freaking shoulder. Supposed to represent like an older power. That is interesting to consider. Oh, Morgott is wearing a rag. That's true. Put Morgott in the hot slot? No, I'm pretty sure I put him in the not hot slot. Excuse me, it wasn't hot. Listen, you don't need to watch this video because I put some work in, okay? I didn't just go smash or pass like some kind of freaking pedestrian content farmer. I made a tier list with the top tier being Yes Daddy Ooh Woo.
I apologize for my transgression in daring to miscategorize your thirst video. Will you make a new hotness tier list for Shadow of the Erdtree?
First of all, apology accepted. Thank you. Second of all, hell yeah. Oh, the bottom category was Moog or literally a child. Or no, something... I think it just was like literally a child or something. And Moog got his own category as well. Anyway, thank you for starting me on a tangent. Welcome back, Maestro Shade. Thank you so much for the 100 bits and for the resub. Gold does predate the Erd Tree. It's in dragons and such. Yeah. So the thing about the gold is generally it seems to represent faith. Like, not always. Different faiths use different colors. But that would suggest that things associated with the Erd Tree, we have to kind of recategorize, because I always thought gold equals Erd Tree, but what if gold can also equal Crucible? Because red equals Crucible, but it's a red tinged gold for the Crucible stuff. Like the shields, everything, their armor. Man, I actually unironically, like, I pretended to get like really heated there, and I actually like hurt my head a little bit. I was too passionate. An ancient holiness dwells within, but it's still gold. It's just red tinged. So even though their incants aren't red tinged, gold is still apparently okay. Crucible were for the tree? Yes, because I think that's actually a sign. Okay, sorry. Someone mentioned earlier that the Crucible was supplanted by the tree, the Erd Tree. I think honestly the Crucible was a tree. It just took on a new form in the Erd Tree, and that's why the Crucible Knights marched with Godfrey, because Godfrey was fighting for the tree. So they were chilling with their tree, being Crucible Knights and such, and then one day the tree changed and it became the Erd Tree, and Godfrey's like, you want to fight for the tree? It's the Crucible. And they were like, sounds good to me, dog, except for one. So that's why I think the Crucible Knights fighting with Godfrey, and actually the description of them with their armor is that they were Godfrey's knights. Now, you might be like, okay, but if they were Godfrey's knights, Godfrey may have trained them. It's possible, but I genuinely think that they probably came before. That's my interpretation of it. Although, yeah, Godfrey they do use a lot of techniques of Godfrey, for sure. The stomping. Love the hat, you look cozy. Thank you. There's also a Mimikyu on it. I feel like you can't see it because of how I'm wearing it, but like... there's you see Mimikyu? It's one of my favorites. Sorry, it's probably hard to hear me. Mimikyu's one of my favorite Pokemon. Do you see him? He's on the hat. That's him. That's my boy. But yeah, so I honestly think that they existed as Crucible Knights, and then they joined Godfrey's army, personally. Crucible as a term also has the meaning of going through a trial by facing troubles or competition, and there are the older Colosseums. Yes, and the fighting in the Colosseum had gone out of fashion, I think is the term they use, by the time Radigan was around, which suggests that honoring the tree and such via combat came before and was likely affiliated with Godfrey in part. Crucible era was defined by strength. It's very much like an older concept, survival of the fittest, in an evolutionary sense, like the strongest survived. But it is interesting that one Crucible Knight, the one who serves Lady Tana, actually, thank you for the reminder about him, because I kind of forget. Seriously, I get so used to him just standing there for 99% of the game that I forget that he's a guy, and I start thinking of him as a statue. But it's really interesting because he sided with the Recusants, and I wonder if it's because he wanted to return the Crucible to its previous form. I don't know. I just really, really think that they existed beforehand because they use ancient things. They summon horns and stuff like that, right? I'm freaking lost. Oh, I'm freaking found. Just looking at these, they look like... well, they look like roots, and they have the Nocron thingies dangling from them as well. It's interesting because I always associate those with decoration, but y'all really decorated your aqueduct like this? I talked about how I think things can't grow on stone, but in Nocron they can, and I think it's a further sign that the plants are artificial. Picked a new incant. Yeah. I want to talk about it in front of this dude because it actually relates to the Hunters of Those Who Live in Death. Order Healing, one of the incantations of the Golden Order Fundamentalists, used by Hunters of Those Who Live in Death. Alleviates death blight buildup. The noble Goldmask lamented what had become of the Hunters. That's what it is. He lamented. How easy it is for learning and learnedness to be reduced to the ravings of fanatics. All the good and the great wanted in their foolishness was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? Goldmask has been a fundamentalist for a very long time, and he lamented what became of the hunters because he had seen what had come before. Want to become good at seeing and reading symbols the way you are? Time. It's a skill just like anything that you have to strengthen. A lot of reading. Personally, I would say a lot of reading. I have an English degree, and I got an English degree because I was really interested and passionate in the topic, and it's funny because I always got people who are like, what do you do in English for? I just a bunch of reading. And it's like, I literally use my degree every day I stream. When I talk about lore and I read things and I analyze and I talk about like story construction and like, even in terms of how games work and how they express their stories and how they put ideas forward and like the acts that they use and just everything like on a meta level. So anyway, that's where I learned mine, but it really just comes from looking at work and figuring out what it's trying to tell you. You don't have to go to school for it, obviously. But yeah, that's the main thing. Reading good lit. Understanding it. Is there any reference to Ymir in Elden Ring? There is rock incantations, which is probably the closest we're gonna get. Ymir is the giant Norseman. I'm gonna give just a really, really brief background. Who I believe died and thus made the earth. I don't know if the dying was a key, but I think it was. And it said that the earth is Ymir's flesh. So Ymir is like a founding earth giant sort of thing. So there's definitely, I don't know, there's like rock stuff, but that's it. Tennis Knight was Crucible because armor looked all black and the manor's lighting. Did it really look black to you? To me, he looked red AF. Everything in there looks red. It's hard to tell anything, but yeah. Changed my pink headset with cute ears. I love my pink headset. It's the comfiest thing in the world. But I found that wearing headphones all the time was heavy and annoying. So now I switched to having my little earbuds, which is so much better. I don't get as many headaches. See, the sea was his blood and the earth his body. Intriguing. No direct references from what I know, but I don't know. Fellow English graduate? Gamer. Vike was the closest to be... We're taking like a pause for questions, I guess. Vike was the closest to becoming Elden Lord before us, and the finger reader in Round Table Hold says she's only seen 2 great runes together once before. What great runes did he get? We don't know. And it's also one of those things, because it's like... Actually, okay, someone posted... Sorry, I can't remember who. We literally were just talking about time is convoluted today. On the Discord, we were talking some lore. But someone posted dialogue that Solaire has in Dark Souls 1, and it was really funny because I was like, this is actually very relevant to what we're talking about. Let me see if I can't find it. No, Marlo, you can't come in. Dang it, what channel was it in? Was it General? Oh, man. No, I don't remember. No. No. Okay, I can't find it. There it is, there it is, there it is. Turtlefax posted it. Perfect. So Solaire says, the flow of time itself is convoluted with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. Now, once again, I know this is Dark Souls 1, and it's not inherently related, but I really, really love... That's how they explain the fact that you can see people running around in Dark Souls, and why you can summon people to help you. Both people who were already there, people who are there in present, people who might even be dead, as far as you know, you can still summon them because time is convoluted. But when you meet another NPC in that game, it said that for a second it's like your worlds are conjoined, and that's kind of what it is. And that doesn't exist too presently in Elden Ring, but that undercurrent is still there. Because the idea of Vike having 2 great runes, or having had 2 great runes, doesn't make sense. Because that means he would have had to defeat rune bearers. But they're not defeated in our world. We're able to defeat them. We're able to take them back. Unless he did it before they had them. Like maybe he got them and then the rune bearers took it back. But then that doesn't really fit, does it? So either way, basically, with Vike and Bernal as well, for that matter, time is simply convoluted. You do invade and summon this game too. That's exactly kind of why I'm bringing up Dark Souls 1, because even though it's different, there's a very similar thread there, and I feel like they're going for something the same. It's like the same thing. How about the tree in Attack on Titan? The one made of light? I mean, it's probably inspired by the world tree, everything links together sort of concepts. Just the usual. No, Blythe is pronounced Bly and then a TH at the end. That's the part that got me for a long time. The double D in Welsh apparently means th, like Blythe. It's hard. It was hard for me to get down, considering that I think I only heard the name twice in the playthrough. So the walking mausoleums house the bodies of Marika's demigod children. Maybe some of them had grey runes. The thing is, well, it's actually possible we don't get every single rune, right? We actually, yeah, we don't. We don't get Ronnie's Great Rune, and we don't get Mikola's Great Rune in the base game, for sure. So it's actually conceivable that the Great Runes he acquires are ones that simply we don't get, yeah. Like how Zweihander supposed to have that V sound for the W? Yeah. Yeah. Lucidusax is the greatest example of time in this game. There's definitely still timey-wimey. Absolutely. Yeah, alright. When you played Witcher and the elves named Geralt Gwyn Blythe, it's actually really funny that they name him Gwyn Blythe, because Gwyn and Blythe are both names that are used in FromSoft games, Blythe being wolf, and Gwyn meaning light or white. In this case, sort of like similar. Shofra is pronounced Shofra? Yes. W is pronounced V in German, so Zweihander becomes Zweihander, which literally just means two-hander. Yep, same in Polish. The W is a V sound. We have actually a separate letter for W. The letter V does not exist in English, or Polish, sorry. We don't use it. Emir, Aaron, Marika, Tarnish, is there anything on that? Yeah, but honestly, I just feel like... Okay, I talked about this with Dragon's Dogma. Maybe I... Okay, Dragon's Dogma 1. Real quick, gonna talk about it. If you want to play it, just don't listen for like 15 seconds. The ending is very similar to FromSoft games. And I was... You know, I said, oh my god, this is just like Dark Souls. And of course, I said that, but what I meant is... They came out at the same time. Dragon's Dogma and Dark Souls 1 came out at a very similar time and were probably being developed at like the exact same time. So I'm not saying that it copied, but in general, they're basically evoking the same idea of cycles and sacrifice, the will to live, resolve. All of these things are immortality as well. All these things are very much involved. Attack on Titan has similar themes, but the main thing that it talks about, the main theme is freedom, and whether it's an illusion or not, and what it is. And there's that line that everyone is a slave to something. Attack on Titan has a lot of cool stuff going for it, and it has some really similar stuff, but I really think it's just two figures being inspired by similar things, considering they're both Japanese creators. I've also heard Shifra. Yeah, Shifra too. Vike was as close to becoming Elden Lord as Radagon already Marika? Two Fingers know they are one person? I don't know if the Two Fingers know. I would probably say they do. Yes. But that would kind of depend on if anybody told them. There's... Okay. Vike is more in our timeline. He's a Tarnish. He came way after Radagon and Godfrey. Godfrey, Elden Lord. Godfrey leaves. Radagon, Elden Lord. Second Elden Lord. Period of questionable prosperity, considering Radagon and his doings. An increase in Gold Order fundamentalism. In my opinion, that's when Omen, Misbegotten, they start to be maligned. Then, boom. Shattering. Shattering War occurs. Radagon, Marika vanished. We know where they are, but I don't think anyone else did. No one could speak with them. And then we need a new Elden Lord. So that's when the Tarnished come in. So that's like way later. Fingers know about Radigan. They didn't even know the Erdtree being sealed and it's sealed by Radigan. Yeah, but that's what I mean by someone having told them. I think that it's conceivable they knew about Radiga. Radiga? Actually, Radiga is a pretty good way to refer to both of them. But no. Maragon. I think Maragon's better. I think they knew about Maragon. Well, maybe. Maybe. They're really powerful. Like, they're able... They created Malekith, as far as we know, and they created Blythe. They're able to continually create more Blythes, too, to fight Ronnie, the shadows, right? So, like... If they were told, they likely knew, but it's just the reason that they don't know about Maragon and the seal is because no one has been there. No one has reached the Erdtree, or at least no one who went to the Erdtree saw that it's sealed and then told them. No one told them. Roderica? You know what? It's a little funny that now that you mention it, I talk about how Roderica has the Marika ending, like the IKA, but yeah, she also has an R name. It's interesting. Maragon sounds like a kaiju? Kinda does. Sounds like a Digimon? No, it doesn't end in Mon. Maragon Mon. Now that sounds like a Digimon. I don't know if we're supposed to read anything into Vike's maiden seeming to be a pretty fresh corpse, like would From have made her body decayed if they want to indicate a lot of time passed. I think there's something a little unique about her, perhaps even Vike still invades to protect her. Also, I honestly am not sure if she's dead or just sleeping. Now you may be like, her eyes are open. Yeah, I know, but I think she's somewhere in between because the whole thing that Vike did was to protect his maiden. He continues protecting her. So I wonder if she has a sort of vulnerability. Yes, you can get, but and the thing too, you can get fresh blood from her for Varia's quest. No. Dang it, I can't talk to him. Alright, so unsurprisingly, this absolute fucking dingbat of an individual goes, Dari. And that's all he says. He says Dari, and it's supposed to be Darnian, his brother. And he's just kind of freaking out. Also, this is, if this is supposed to be sleeping, then I don't know what to tell you. This is me when I wake up and I have to go somewhere. This isn't a sleeping dog. This is like, I'm sleeping, 5 more minutes. Like, you're awake, brother. Doesn't talk till you give him the armor? No, he will talk. He will say the Dari if you don't have the twinned armor set. And then if you give it to him, he will actually like be more like talkable. See, I told you. Inner order. Thank you. I forget now where we got outer order. I also forget which one is which for like which arm represents causality and which one regression. I forgot. An emote to trade armor? Yeah, it's not a good trade deal. Why is he gone mad? I think the madness occurred before D because you can come here. And I think, well, yeah, you can get here when D's still alive, probably. Minor Erdtree Church. I think so. I don't remember now. Do you summon him for the fight? You sure can. No, I definitely think he's affected by his brother. So the twinned dagger is probably his, and that's where Fia got it because he stood before the Prince of Death. So he showed up in front of Godwin and likely got clapped by Fia, and then Fia's warriors, really, and then Fia took his armor and his weapon, and that's where you return the dagger to his brother D. He knows immediately what it is. He comes to his senses once he has the armor. Some people have theorized the soul shared between him and Dee is actually tied to the armor somehow. The thing is, how would they trade the armor if they've never met? Like, it's possible, but he stood before the Prince of Death at some point, and he had a dagger at some point, too. So I really wonder what's going on with him. So I think we need a rest to get him as a summon. I don't remember what exactly the trigger is, but he will appear as a summon. Oh no, he just appears. Neato. D, Beholder of Death. I think it makes sense, though. Had a thought, are the two fingers in Round Table dead, killed by Ronnie perhaps on Marika's orders? Is that why they're visibly decomposed? I think they just look like that now. Is that why Malekith never betrayed Marika? Because his two fingers weren't alive to control him? No, because Marika... Okay. I don't want to talk too much about Malekith, because we're going to fight the Gargoyles. Come here. Let's go, you little dingus. He is absolutely useless, but I'm summoning him so we can take a look. Table fingers are alive since they moved and fall asleep. I actually don't think they're alive. I don't think they're real. I don't think any of the two fingers that we encounter in the game are real. They become inert. I think Enya is... Oh no, that was a bad time to heal. I think Enya might be... I'm not certain on this, but it's one of my personal pet theories that I personally find super intriguing. I think that she is literally Marika speaking to us. And guiding us in her own way. But she's not really there. She's just sort of like a message. The only one who's real there, other than the Tarnish who are visiting, is Hugh. Round Table is kind of fake. Not quite fake. It's real. Real things can happen there, but it is a copy. I really not a big fan of the Gargs. What's D doing here? I summoned him. That's the true answer. Now you want to know what the meme answer is? Freaking nothing is being useless like a complete dingbat. I mean, so am I, to be fair. I'm not doing very well. I'm getting hit by everything. Whatever. He's carrying you? Girl, I wish. Man can't carry anything. Well, here comes your brother. Oh, great. I'm going to get poisoned. I'm dead. The poison does too. Oh, yep. Good night. Good night, sweet me. The poison dot damage is too much. I'm going to... Oh, I live, bitch? Holy... I'm still in the poison, by the way. Dude, D actually sucks. Like, oh, I'm dead. Yep. Other D is a fanatic and stuff. And not exactly like a good person necessarily. I think he's doing his best. Oh, I don't know if I talked about this previously. But I think I brought this up during the playthrough. But I don't remember. D is a hypocrite, both of them. But to be fair, this guy's oh, he's gone now, right? Because he's, yep. This one in particular, we don't really see him do much, so I won't talk too much about him. But Darian, his brother, the one that we meet and stuff, he works as a hunter of those who live in death. And those who live in death are considered heretical because they don't fit into the Golden Order. And he talks about how they need to die. And he even traveled with Roger. And after getting the information that Roger discovered, which is the fact that they made no error, they didn't commit a sin. Those who live in death touched upon an error in the order, I believe is what he says. Paraphrasing. Either way, the concept there remains. So even though D was told by Roger, because they were likely traveling together at that time, hey, by the way, did you know that they actually didn't commit a sin and there's nothing wrong with them? They simply they fell into the back rooms, like they encountered a reality glitch. Do you know what I mean? Like that's their only mistake, and you're killing them like they're like they deserve to be eradicated. And D went, fuck you, and they went their separate ways. So he doesn't even have the excuse of being uninformed. He has zero excuse. Also, this is the part I don't know if I touched on. D had no place in the Golden Order and was reviled by everybody until eventually, or he wasn't reviled by the Golden Order. Everyone hated him because they thought he was a freak because he was two people who shared a soul. And the Golden Order fundamentalists took him in and were like, all right, you can hang out with us. So he literally was also considered heretical and against the Golden Order and against nature, but they took him in and they now use him as a weapon to take out other things that are heretical to the Order. They just kind of decided. So it's even worse because he takes people who are like him, who were just born different, and he eradicates them, and he believes wholeheartedly in what he's doing. Bro, if D met himself from another dimension, they would fight because they'd be like, you are not allowed in the Golden Order. Honestly, not child behavior, I hate to tell you. Cycle of abuse. Yeah, like I feel for him. I understand where it's like Moog. Moog was abandoned, was a child, likely, found a replacement mother, went all in on his weird religion, and now he's heavily compensating. But he kidnapped Mikola, and that's about when victim turns into perpetrator. Also all the murder and such, you know. Sunrealm Shield from those who live in death, DLC connections. I don't know if you get it from all of them. I've only ever gotten it from the ones near Altus in that one particular zone near a death bird. Stop running away from me! Morgoth better than Child Snatcher? Morgoth is better than a lot of characters in this game. Godwin and Limgrave? Yeah, the specific... Wait, the Sunless Shield? Sunrealm Shield, I mean? That's really interesting. I've only ever gotten it from the Altus boys. Do they have those red guys in Limgrave? Because I think it might drop from the ones with the red cloaks. Specifically? Do you remember which one dropped it? Because the red cloak ones, I think, are distinct in some way. I freaking rolled. Actually, now that you mention it... Wait there. The reason that the D twins were accepted by the Golden Order fundamentalists might be because of Maragon. It might be that some of them, especially the high-ranking ones, maybe knew. And so they didn't see D as something to hate. Now you mention it, I think it might be coincidental. Or not, it might be not a coincidence that the D twins were taken in by the Golden Order fundamentalists. I hate this very much. It's really the poison, I think, is the worst thing. Because I can't, like, get close to them when they do that. And then I just gotta wait for it to dissipate or them to... And he keeps spamming it! Oh, hell. I hate you. Okay. No! Stop trying to hide behind me, freak. Oh, now the other one does poison. Oh, that's so great. Thanks for covering 40% of the arena in goo that does huge, disgusting damage. Hold still. God, this genuinely sucks. Forgiven if they're willing to be servants. Yeah, definitely possible. But it seems to be a bit of their identity too. Like they were taken in by the Golden Order, so they will always obey the Golden Order without any thought. Sold them once for the bragging rights? Listen, I annihilate them with probably, at this point of the game, maybe Nebula, maybe Moonveil. No shame. They are just distinctly garbage. They were indoctrinated, most likely? Yeah. Oh my god. Are you just moving and spewing? Disgusting. Look at the damage that I've done. Like, hardly anything. And they move. Listen, I was watching myself fight Malekith for the first time. Phase 1, like the Garunk phase, can actually suck me. It is like genuinely the worst shit ever. And one of the crimes committed is an abundance of moves that involve attacking and also moving away with the same move. You have to be really careful when you do that in a game. FromSoft tends to be very careful with the enemies they allow to move and also attack with the same move. Very notably, like one of the hardest bosses in the game, in all the games, for a long time at least before this one, Orphan of Chaos, has a move like that. And I feel like these nerds have like 6. And then they shove you lightly with their knee so you miss the hitbox, and then you dodge forward, but actually they jumped back, and you know, it's... There's too much downtime when they're far away from you and you're just trying to cross the distance. It's like Elden Beast, but there's 2 of them and they're not as tanky, I guess. And they have a lot of things that are like AoEs you gotta get away from. Yeah. Ugh. Blech. Boss spam like 30 attacks in a row. It was like 2 solid minutes straight of him rolling. I hate, and I hated from the get-go nearly, Phase 1 Malekith. It is, in my opinion, one of the worst, most egregious things they've ever done. Excuses? Nah, dude, this isn't even like a, skill issue. This isn't even like a, oh, you're mad because bad. This is me. Listen, I want you to understand my credentials, okay? I love every single boss that FromSoft has ever done in every game. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and Bloodborne, and Sekiro. Everyone. I'm a defender. Everyone. I'm not kidding. You might be like, oh, okay, I know you don't mean Beta Chaos. I'm a Beta Chaos defender. Okay, but you can't, like, Royal Rat Authority? Like, no way. Yeah, I don't hate him. Every fucking boss. So when I'm sitting here saying I fundamentally dislike Elden Ring bosses, I'm not talking out my ass. I'm not mad because bad. I hate what they did. I wish I didn't. I wish I didn't, but I hate fighting them. They are not fun to fight. Even Dragon King from Demon Souls? Okay, Demon Souls Dragon King pushes it a little bit. A little bit. But you know what wins me over? He's a freaking dragon and he punches you in the face with his hands. I'm not saying you should agree with me. I'm just saying, I feel like people who only watch me for Elden Ring don't realize that I'm the person who goes on about how I love every single boss. What about Living Failures? They're so stupid. They're little guys. I love them. Oh, but like obviously you think, you know, the Celestial Emissary is kind of a lame boss. Nah, dude, he has his place. They're so fun. They're just little blue guys. I spent 6 hours on Frida, my first playthrough of DS3, because I don't know, man. She just kicked my butt. I'm still a Frida defender. I still love her fight. It's not even a, oh, it took too long to beat the boss, so I'm mad. I just freaking hate how they did the bosses in this game. Bad dodge. You're moving me with the freaking hitbox, you ugly spindle-legged dingus. Spent 4 or 5 hours of Ishin, not Fire One. I spent 3. I'm with you, dog. Like, even the broken-ass Bloodhound Fang can't save me. Can you believe the studio that brought us the Demon Princes has done this? Are just bigger versions? Nah, dude. Nah. The Gargoyles in Dark Souls 1 would never. I like the Gargoyles in Dark Souls 2. Boss quality drop over time. It's not even boss quality. It's just design philosophy. That's the thing. That's why I'm not saying... Like, I may joke if you think Radigan's a good fight, then I don't like you. But it's a joke. Like, I don't actually think that. It's just... A lot of my friends really like Radigan, so I need to roast the shit out of them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not... I'm not actually saying you're wrong. It's just, I want you to understand when I'm complaining about these bosses and saying I fundamentally hate them, I'm not being like salty. It's not salt. If it was salt, then would I not hate Bed of Chaos because it's dumb? Nah, dude, I think Bed of Chaos is sick. There's so much lore in that fight. It saves progress. You enter it via a slide. Like, whatever. It's easy peasy. Basilisk Blade was effective for me here. Yeah, I can't get that until I enter the freaking Mountaintop of the Giants for lore purposes, so I'm out here swinging my goddamn sword. Hang on, bitch. One moment, please. No, I don't have freaking poison cure? Ugh. Dude, Beta Chaos looks like a freaking phoenix, but also a bug. Like, it's so neat, dog. I don't care. I will not hear Beta Chaos slander. I don't care. I love that fight. It's just goofy. You fall a couple times, you laugh at yourself, you get owned by a tree, hee hee, you're donezo, kiddo. It's easy, no problemo. Yeah, it's not even boss quality change, it's just like the way that bosses are in this game. I feel like they're designed to bully speedrunners specifically, or like challenge runners. Not to be fun. You freaking spammer, get out of here. No, stay here. Fuck. You moved backward while doing that, you absolute dingbat. Stop wiggling around. You hold still. No, hilarious. I'm gonna die because he's fucking standing. Oh. I had to poison. What did I say? Stinky. Stinky boss. Stinky figure. Smells bad. Internally. The reason they say... You might wonder, what is the lore of them being poison? It's because they're toxic on the inside. And so they spew their insides at you because they talk out their ass. Real. Get good? LOL. I know. The Souls community is a very positive one. Listen, you want to know something? You know what I'm about to do? If I die one more time to these nerds, I'm about to level fucking 500 of my forbidden runes. And then we're gonna see who gets fucking good. I don't know. The thing about Elden Ring is, like, I don't even find it fun to die to bosses. Because I'm like, ugh. You know, I don't look forward to fighting bosses. And if you do, I'm happy for you. I wish I could. Fuck it, poison me, dog. I don't see if I give a shit. See if I give a shit. Just poison me. It's see how much damage this dot does if I stand in it, actually. You moved that far back, really? Yeah, his breath stinks. Smelly. Oh shit, I'm freaking dead. Okay. Scepter of Fate already? I just really hate these. I really do. I don't like Elden Ring bosses. They're like so stinky and it sucks because, like, seriously, I died a bed of chaos, and I'm like, oh, okay, let's just run through the lava for 5 minutes. Walk down the side. No big deal. Everything's good. We're chilling. And I died of the gargoyles, and I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna be at it forever. Oh, wait, hang on. I made a mistake. One moment, please. But your souls. Like I care. Seven's my lucky number. Let's see how many levels we can get with this. What do I need for the Blasphemous Blade again? I want some faith, yeah, but is it going to serve me well right now? Blasphemous Blade, Blasphemous Blade. What's the scaling on it? Is it mainly strength? I know there's some faith involved. It's more strength, right? Gargoyles are a bit light on lore as well, which makes them a bit lame. Their lore is actually kind of cool because they're a patchwork of champions. Like, they're literally heroes mixed together, and flaws in their body are mixed with more heroes. They're actually a lot like the jars in some ways. Because the jars are filled with people and warriors, but gargoyles were designed for combat. Warriors weren't necessarily designed for combat, but the gargoyles were. Dex and strength on this weapon? No, I'm talking about the Blasphemous Blade. I know this weapon. Kind of like grafting as well. Kind of, but it isn't perceived as a bad thing. What Godric's doing is considered pretty nasty because he's taking living people, cutting off their limbs and attaching them to himself. Like, there's something particularly awful about that. Blade, faith and strength. Okay, so we do need to get some strength, I'd say. Let's get some faith. This isn't really going to help the fight, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, it really isn't. I wonder, maybe I'll use fire on them. I don't have, like, much. But we can see. Where's the thingy? Oh, it's over there. This isn't going to help at all, actually. I was going to use my Forbidden Runes. Well, actually, I'll get a bit more. The longer we spend on a stupid fight, the less time I have for actual, like, interesting lore. So, yep. For now. Why are some of them enemies? I've actually wondered about that too. I wonder if they aren't sort of controlled by the sorcerers. They're often used by sorcerers. Not always, but I always associate them with Rhea Lucaria. I know there's some in Stormvale, but they're kind of just chilling unless you attack. What are the Forbidden Runes? They're not forbidden, it's just someone dropped them for me, so I'm jokingly call them forbidden. I don't remember where the door is. I'm freaking lost. Tell you two-handing gets more damage from strength? I mean, I'm only two-handing it because I wasn't, like, I literally don't have enough strength to one-hand it. So, maybe I should get more strength then. I forgot about that, actually. You need 18 strength? I don't have that much strength. Do I have, No, I only have faith and dex. Useful on Melania fight? I've heard the Blasphemous Blade is unbelievably broken. I've just never used it before. Set up to guard the waterfall, though, and the Estelle is down there. He's not guarding Estelle. I would say he's defending the deep root depths, which is the depths of the Erd Tree. And potentially also Godwin's corpse. There is a coffin past them that you use for traversal, so it could also be like a prove yourself thing. In fact, that's sort of the role of the gargoyles in DS1, for example. Prove yourself. So that you may ring the Bell of Awakening. They're defenders. They're guards, but they're also, you know, tests. Combat tests. how they also go behind you all the time? That's like not the funnest mechanic in the world. Like they intentionally go to your blind spot. It's okay when Orphan of Cost does it, okay? Just understand that. I love Orphan of Cost. One of my favorite fights of all time. Like, of all time. Orphan of Cost is allowed to be a little prick. You are just a dingus. You don't have a name. You are Valiant Gargoyle, and then you're identified by what fucking weapon you use. You are a nerd. You don't... You might be like, but Raph, Orphan of Cost doesn't have a name either. That's really offensive of you to bring up, okay? I'm gonna die of the poison. Oh no, I lived. I might still die, though. You're not allowed to tag me at the same time. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. Dudes in Lanedale just sit there not defending themselves? Likely just lost the will to live because they're freaking immortal and things are so immensely stagnated. No, the fucking poison, dude. See how far away that goes? Bitch, are you kidding me? They keep spamming the poison so I can't get close. Fuck you. I know Miyazaki did this. I know Miyazaki gave them the poison. I know he did. That's not... Tanemura wouldn't. Tanemura would never. Tanemuras are gentle friends. That's right. Freaking die. Tanemura is the angel and Miyazaki is the devil. It's true. Oh my god, he's spewing! Dude, the amount of damage it does do. Stop it. You little wiener. What? No. No. Also, you attack with an axe and you're Valiant Gargoyle Twin Blade. You're also a freaking liar. No, okay. Okay. We're good. No! I walked into the blender! Stamina return. Yeah, shut up. He's too tall? I think levels helped a little bit, but not really that much. What a dingus. I'm joking. Miyazaki isn't the devil. He's a masochist. He just likes pain. And I'm normally right there with him, dog, but I gotta tell you, he went a little too far making the bosses way cooler than us. It really does suck. Sadist? No, he's a masochist. You want to know why? Because he designs these games in a way because he thinks, wow, I'd like to die like that. Anytime you die in this game, just know that it's because Miyazaki wanted to die that way. And I'm not kidding. He talks about it in interviews. He's not a sadist. No, he's not a sadist. He wants to experience the pain himself, which is, yeah, it's a quote. I'm quoting. He's a masochist. People call him a sadist because they fundamentally misunderstand him. I'm a huge masochist, so when I make games like these, this is how I want to be treated. Exactly. This is what people misunderstand when I invade. They think I'm a sadist. I'm like, bitch, you just don't know me. Just like you don't know Miyazaki. I'm a masochist, dude. I love being invaded, and I like invading others. So we enter a coffin. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last. Coffins have a rich history in FromSoft games. As one does regularly. Oh, just wait until we get to the DS1 cutscene, which is in a coffin, and you don't see this. You just get to be within the darkness below and hear noises. It's masterful. Now, red colored runes. I think this is inevitably, not inevitably, but I think this is linked to the Crucible. The runes are red. I think this particular coffin is a vestige of burial before the Earth Tree. I cannot get over the fact that the runes are red. Coffin ride down a snowbank in DS2. Yes, that one's a little different because it's very much just literally taking like a sled, but there's other coffins in DS2. You would like invading people. I know this because you just said you do. I do. I have a lot of PvP videos as well on YouTube. I like PvP. I watched one of my own PvP videos recently because I remembered one of my favorite thumbnails that I made and I wanted to see it again. And I was like, dang, that's a banger thumbnail. And then I watched it and I was like, wow, this is a good video. I love PvP. Because the best part of PvP videos is you cut out all the, you know, boring shit. The DS2 gender coffin. Being reborn. That's really the big one. That's really the big one. Which video is that? The title is This Build Got Me Hate Mail because it did. It's the one with the nebula. I really enjoy watching that video because it's been so long since I made it. The sweater you're wearing scares me. Take it off. I really don't know like how to tell you this, but like if sweaters scare you, like that's a new one for me. Like, not to shame, but like maybe you should like look into yourself as to why. Like, is it knitting? You know, does knitting frighten you? Is it yarn? I can understand being scared of knitting and yarn. Like, literally, knitting is witchcraft because you take, and crochet, you take freaking string and you turn it into clothes. How? Fear of sheep and sheep adjacent things. Looks like a comfy sweater? It is. Learn bosses even better in DS3 when you learn them? Nah. The thing is, you don't learn these bosses. You just learn that they suck. In my experience. I don't like them. I just don't like how they're designed. Clothes are strings all the way down. All clothing is truly strings! Sorry, dealing with you and the ants is a bit of a buzzkill, I gotta tell you. Feral sweater. Oh, that's funny. I'll never look at clothes the same way now. It's fundamentally magic. You have to understand that clothing is witchcraft. Not latex catsuits. Okay, latex catsuits are not strings. All right, well that ant has went back to its home. So we got a couple weapons to read. Give me one moment here. The gargoyle weapons are interesting. Bronze twin blade wielded by Valiant Gargoyles. Just like the wielder, the missing parts have been mended with corpse wax. A patchwork of champions. That ant is still in the vicinity. Gargoyle's great axe. Bronze great axe. Also bronze. It's really interesting that we do see 2 Crucible Knights before we get here. This suggests to me that they're guarding the coffin, perhaps because it's a vestige of their ancient rituals. The Valiant Gargoyles, I believe, came later. They're pretty ancient, though, on their own. Some of the gargoyles are Blackblade kindred, so they're associated with Malekith, which makes them quite old. Bronze like the crucible, not gold like the tree. And this one has red runes. This coffin that took you up, red runes. red is associated with the Crucible. Gargoyles are champions, some of them in service to Malekith, a beast. A beast, but also a shadow, and a shadow of Marika. I love fighting bosses in this game because I can just like talk about like whatever the hell, and then we get back to lore. it's like a break from my brain for lore. And then we got the staff of the Avatar, which there it is. Ceremonial staff depicting the Erd Tree and its historic radiance, wielded by the avatars who protect the minor Erd Trees. The avatars emerging in the wake of the Elden Ring shattering were determined to protect the withering Erd Tree's offspring. So, the difference between the avatars and the tree spirits is, I might be mistaken, I'm a little fuzzy, but I think there isn't any evidence of this. The Erd Tree avatars are Erd Tree avatars. They're directly linked with the Erd Tree. Still the tree, but the Erd Tree versus the tree spirits are simply tree spirits. I think they came before. I think the tree spirits are simply part of the natural life cycle of the tree, but what's happened to the lands between and the Erd Tree and everything with the stagnation has turned them into these forms versus Erd Tree avatars were literally born in order to protect the minor Erd Trees. So there were no Erd Tree seeds until the shattering. We know that from various other lore. But it's pretty interesting that literally they appeared during the shattering. The door ants! Why did I start the fight with these? They actually really don't matter. Aren't they two beings combined? So the gargoyles, they have like a merged face, right? But they're specifically designed of multiple champions, yes. Tree spirits are also bestial and chaotic. I don't even want to, like, I know what you're saying. Like, yeah, the avatars use a staff. They use a weapon. They appear vaguely humanoid versus the tree spirits are more animal-like, for sure. But I really think the tree spirits had the potential to be quite majestic. It's just, they've kind of grown mad. They remind me of, like, the river spirits in Spirited Away. Vaguely dragon-like. Not quite, but comparable. They and try to poison you when you kill it. Do you think they might drop the antidote? Stupid. Okay, since we're done that, I'm gonna rest. The Crucible is interesting because I would say there's beings, and also in this game, beasts are often more not intelligent, but beasts are refined. They have a culture. Like Siraj is the beast regent, and he's more refined than the Elden Lord. Breathe fire like the Elden Beast as far as emulating a more majestic form. The Elden Beast, though, is sort of like a conqueror. They are similar. I don't know, because you know what? The tree spirits do use like holy magic as well. But I also think it's because they take in what they consume, which is why some of them use rot as well. Getting more Crucible Knights, Ashes of War. Yeah, like the one to fly, finally. So many freaking ants. Lake of Rot Tree Spirit is rot flavored? Yeah, I think it's, I mean, it is also sitting in the Lake of Rot. So, okay. Absolutely annihilated. But you know what? Why don't I use my Blades of Mercy? Not Blades of Mercy. The Chaos Blades, whatever they're called in this game. Magma Blades. I feel like ants will be weak to fire. And they attack faster. That ant actually true comboed me. I don't know if you noticed. Elden Beast is just adult Barney, but he's not purple. How can that be? Okay. Burn the ants. Lock on kind of throwing. Quick attacks are the GOAT. Blood Humping's really good, but I like my quick attacks. Is Elden Beast a boy or a girl? I'm gonna be real. It's like a otherworldly alien being. I feel like that question is slightly transcended. Newman's rune. Now, why do the? I always call them queen ants, but I remember someone told me they're not actually queen ants. They're like different or something. But either way, they drop Newman runes likely because they ate Newman. That's generally like when an enemy drops something that is related to people, usually it's probably because they consume them. Could be something about like they all have these weird bodies too. Very egg-like, creepy. The ants as insects try to eat the tree. Yeah, I wonder what's happened too with them. Were they always as big? Hello. Like honeypot ants? What's that? Food banks for their peers, filling their gut sack with nectar that they pre-digest and street to feed their pals. Is that what they're doing? Interesting. Would Elden Beast be parasitic? A lot of people think he's a parasite. I say he, obviously it is a parasite, whatever. I think it is the representative of a parasitic force, so kinda yeah. Clicky clicky. Some ants act as protection. The tree produces substances to feed the ants. I'm wondering. Do you think these are protective ants or harmful ants? Can these ones hurt you? I think I tested the... Yeah, they can just do that. Creepy. Definitely creepy looking. Hope the DLC brings back spiders. Ooh, I would like spiders. I hope we get like a Dukeseer Freya again, dude. Dark Souls 2 has the best spiders. Symbiotic on some level, or the tree would have been long dead. We are also dealing with like a magical tree though. Like a weird spirit tree. They drop rune arcs and Newman runes, which tend to be associated with people though. It's like in Dia's one, rats drop humanity. In fact, a really common humanity farm is rats. It doesn't mean the rats are human, it just means that they ate people. But the fact that each of them drops a Newman rune is kind of interesting for sure. It suggests that they all got an omen. Or an omen, Newman. Elden Stars. So there's 5 of those giant ants, and here we get Elden Stars on this corpse. Now, Elden Stars is huge lore. This legendary incantation is the most ancient of those that derive from the Erd tree. Creates a stream of gold shooting stars that assail the area. It is said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. So the Greater Will sent the golden star. Now, it is said, so it's one of those, like, we gotta take it with, like, a tiny grain of salt, but I tend to trust the lore. Do they only drop the Newman once? Is it exploitable farm? I think those don't respawn, but I've never had a reason to go back for a giant ant, so I think that they simply don't respawn. But yeah, so the Greater Will sent a golden star, and the golden star was like a beast was upon it, and that's the Elden Beast. We now know Elden Stars, considering the Elden Beast uses this spell, and the golden star that the Greater Will sent became the Elden Ring. So and it likely sends these stars to multiple places based on the final boss arena. All right, let's see if there's any more, but I think that's it here. I want the patches spiders. Oh man, Bloodborne spiders are pretty goated. Like, sorry if you're arachnophobic, but God, FromSoft does spiders so well. It is cool they moved away from them though. Like, these ants are nightmarish, and they're just ants, dude. They're not even like particularly scary or demonic or cursed. They're just freaking giant ants, and that's enough. Noting the spell itself sends off countless offshoots. Yeah, actually, it's one big one that sends off many. And now that I think about it, with Elden Stars, I am gonna do like a pseudo faith build. Like, I'm not fully gonna be faith based here, but I might end up. It's probably gonna be too hard to use, but let's see. How much faith? 50 faith. Oof. I'll try. So you sent out one giant star that shoots off many. And there's also the lore of how moons are the guides of countless stars, like the lost dark moon, or the lost black moon was the guide to countless stars. So the moon is associated with guiding stars, guiding fates. Which might actually tie into what Ronnie's doing as well. They are rune-eating ants, though? Why do you think they can only eat runes? Spiral of Radigan and Dee's sword as well. There is a spiral. I don't think Radigan's associated with spirals. What does he do that spirals? If you mean his rune is solid, straight lines, no curves. Like, literally just, you know, no curves. Because he doesn't bend. Need to consume something other than runes to live? Newman rune comes from the big fat food storage ants, so it must be what's in them. Yeah, but it's a Newman's rune because it came from a Newman, so that means they probably ate a Newman, which means they probably eat people, and considering the fact that they, you know, seem very interested, and we see... Okay, in the places that ants live, we see bodies and bones. So no, I don't think they just eat runes. They eat people, but also people have runes in them now. So, you know, it could be like a multi-thing, but... Need warrior ant spirit summons? Oh my god, scary. Oh, Nacent butterflies. Cool. Play Diablo 4 at all? Very short time. Yeah, not really a fan of Diablo. I miss, like, the format. I've been playing Last Epoch a little bit. Not too much. But I really am enjoying it so far. I would definitely recommend that. It's additional confirmation that the Newman dwell in these areas. Oh, that's one thing I wanted to mention as well, is we know that the Newman came from another world, and I wonder if they're not the ones who brought the boats. I think some of the Newman became of the Nox, but I don't think all the Nox are the Newman. You know, like, I think they might have dwelled with them, but I don't necessarily think that they became Nox. Newman aren't extinct. They live a long time, though. Yeah, I didn't say they're extinct. But they, oh, someone else said these are old ants. The Newmans are still around because you can actually start as a Newman. One of your potential starting classes, like your base class, can be a Newman. Not a class, sorry. Your starting race, you can pick a background. And one of them is Newman, which means that Newman are still... Well... Are they still around, or did that mean that they were around a long time ago, just like astrologer, right? Astrologers around a very long time ago, and you can start as one, but it doesn't mean that they're still around. You know what I mean? There's no more astrologers left in the lands between, but you can still start as one because the Tarnished are really, really old, like really old. But Marika's also Newman. The Black Knives are also Newman, so they're still around too. But I don't know if they exist as like a nation anymore or like a culture anymore. We don't know. But then again, you could argue that any culture in the lands between is pretty much dead because of what's going on with the general stagnation of the land. I feel like boats would disintegrate after a long time. First of all, magical land, but definitely. Also, the place we see boats is in the DLC trailer, so we don't really know what's going on. Wouldn't everyone be old? There's old in terms of how long you've lived, and there's old as in like ancient. Like we're talking about like beings that only existed during the war for the Erd Tree. And as far as we know, after the war, the Erd Tree are no longer around. Like astrologers don't call themselves astrologers anymore. They became Lucarian sorcerers. They became the Kharin royal family. I believe they also became the Nox because of the star worship. But the Nox are a little bit more confusing because of the Newman. But I don't think every single astrologer became Lucarian. I think there was a split. The Nox are too fixated on stars for me to think that they didn't come from the astrologers. Think we'll ever go to the other worlds outside the lands between? Probably not. It is interesting to get little tidbits of what's going on in them, though. Yellow drops a Newman when he dies at Jarburg. That's a really good point, actually. I remember that because I was editing that, and it's really interesting. Diallos actually drops a Newman rune. Now, I don't think his brother Juno does. Does anyone know if Juno drops a Newman rune? I see the Newman exists like the Romans exist. Their legacy is everywhere. There aren't really any Romans walking around today. I think that's a good analogy. You can start as the astrologer class, which is interesting. Because the astrologers... So clearly some astrologers fought with the Erd Tree because they became tarnished. So they weren't all allied with the giants. But that doesn't mean that astrologers still exist. It means that if you start as the astrologer, you are so ancient that you probably fought and died during Godfrey's original campaign, but you've been dead for that long, and you come back because tarnished are the dead who yet live. Diallos eats Newman. Yeah, I mean, that's actually evidence that Diallos might be a Newman for sure. They're long-lived but seldom born. So that could be why, well, I don't know. He's just like he's a noble from a noble family. That's all we really know about him. But I don't think Juno drops one, which is interesting. It could also be something he picked up. I don't know. I don't think so. It's pretty significant that he drops one, though. When a person drops one, we have to look at it a little differently, for sure. Pretty sure Juno doesn't. I'm pretty sure Juno doesn't either. But Juno, we fight as a spirit. Like, we invade Juno, and Juno is like a red. So there's always some different rules for those. So I'm trying to look for the maps. Are they key? They sure are. Okay, great. So just one more thing about the Ainsel River. Good reminder. This vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erd Tree. And then Deep-Root Depths. This is new. At the very depths of the Erd Tree's majestic roots lies the source of the Ainsel and Chofa rivers. Here, too, begins the network of great tree roots that spread throughout the lands between. And that's where Godwin's buried. Maybe his GF dropped the Diallos rune? He doesn't have a GF. She died. Actually, it was his servant, and his servant freaking died. Got murdered. Runark plus is set. Yeah, because you don't really defeat Juno physically. It's a weird invader thing. You do get a rune arc though, so that's sort of your reward for killing a host, right? Wait, where's this Scythe of Grace? Over here? There it is. Oh, I forgot to talk to the lady. Hey, can you hit me and then you don't do Deathblade, do you? Because you wow, nice hitbox, gamer. You do? Okay, okay, okay. It's interesting. So they, yeah, they guard the soulless demigods and they're able to do Deathblight. Although we are in the deeper depths, everything here is a little bit more Deathblighted due to proximity. Even the spirits, apparently. Oh, I ran out of juice. I'm so sorry. But if he throws it, doesn't do Deathblight? Interesting. Eclipse on the shield and Eclipse on the outfit. He loses his tomboy? Yeah. She's such a little tomboy. What a weird line. One Weeping Peninsula that does Deathblight? No, they are the servants of the soulless demigod, so it makes sense they're able to use Deathblight. And I think it's because... So I had this theory that the Wandering Mausoleums wander so that they can't take on roots. So if you look at them, they have like ancient Nox architecture. Oh, actually, so, okay. Another reason that I believe that the astrologers became, there's like a dual evolution. Sorry, I moved my mouse and it goofed everything up. Okay. Nox looking architecture right there. It looks pretty similar too if you see the Wandering Mausoleum, and here it almost looks like it's part of the same, you know, skyline. If you just see this, you're like, oh, buildings, they look pretty similar, not quite the same, but similar. But within them, the gravestones used, we see the exact same ones at Rhea Lucaria. But they have heads. I don't think too highly of Diallos. I feel like he's oddly relatable in that he's just someone who's trying their best but fails, but in the end he finds his courage, but he dies, and also everyone he was trying to protect dies. He's a really tragic figure. I think this playthrough will tell him that he failed. I want to know what he has to say about it. Like, he doesn't have any resolve. That's why he's so easily swayed by the Volcano Manor. He saves one baby jar. He does save one baby jar. But you gotta wonder, Jar Baron's a little bit more clever than the others, too. I also have slick, slidey hands. I actually don't know. My hands aren't particularly soft. Well, I guess my hands are kind of soft. I don't know. Maybe I could be a potentate. I have calluses on my hands, though. They're just little ones, but I still do. I don't know if the pots would like me. Think you have to help him? I don't think you can fight with him. By the time you show up, it's already happened. So much backtracking, it's insane. Not really that much backtracking. What part of it? Calluses from working or lifting weights? Calluses from my childhood, I don't know. I actually didn't know they were calluses. I just remember I was getting my nails done once, like years ago, when I was a kid. She's like, why do you have calluses on your hands? I'm like, I don't know. I have calluses? Calluses for me a gamer? Nah, I just tend to fiddle with my hands a lot, and I guess I formed calluses. Also to improve themselves, so Jarvan will carry on Dialos' will. The will he found at the last second when he became enough to become the innards of a jar. It's really sweet. Not backtracking, but so many steps. I really wonder how many of them are skippable. I find Dialos is actually pretty good. Yura is the one. Yura and Hayeda, I think, are the quests that can be really goofed up. Yura is probably my top tier. Because Yura, you have to talk to him, and it's not skippable. You have to talk to him at certain points, and I still can't believe I did Yura's questline on my first playthrough. It's the randomest thing in the universe that I managed to find where he was by pure luck. And you want to know what it was? Me playing a second character for PvP, because I set up a character off stream. I talk about it during the playthrough, so you probably noticed, but I talk about setting up a new character, and then I'm like, hey, while I was playing my other character, and I went to an area that I was already at, so I thought it was safe, I found Yura. You know, like, it's the funniest thing. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't set up the second character. Okay, so we get the cyst now. And what's really cool about the cyst is it's 2 faces. The lore is pretty much the same. Well, similar. It is said that this cyst came from the corrupted visage of one unable to die a true death. Indeed, it comes from the Prince of Death, scion of the Golden Bough, and first of the dead among the demigods. Those just from being a gamer? They're not from being a gamer. I wish they were from being a gamer. You're just odd because you go invade at Rhea in a really random spot. That's the big one. But the other ones, you gotta talk to him after he shows up. They're not like severe, but if you're when you get your nails done, she like touches your hand, so like you see. Hello.
Oh, Lord Godwin. Such cruelty. Such humiliation. Oh, my poor sweet lordling should have died a true death. As the first of the demigods to die. As a martyr to destined death. But why must it yet bring such disgrace? A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be?
Actually phenomenal dialogue, and she has zero interest in you. Maybe this lady was Godwin's wet nurse. Yeah, there's an item description that talks about Godwin having a wet nurse. It's been a minute, but people generally think this is her. It makes sense. Because she all the other finger readers are obsessed with reading fingers. She doesn't care. She just wants to talk to her. One of her legs nailed down? No, she's just chilling. They're just like clipping through her outfit. She's good though. Is it the talisman pouch? It might be the talisman pouch. I forgot to read the talisman pouch. Thank you. Alright, well, that's not it. Where's my pouch? Where do they even put the pouches? I don't remember. It is key, right? Oh, right there. Small withered bag knitted by hand, bestowed upon the ruling lord or those attempting to become lord by the elderly finger reader. As the voices of the 2 fingers, finger readers are said to live lives eternal, and one is even supposed to have served as a wet nurse to royalty. Yeah, so this is kind of what we're thinking, that it was her, because she's completely fixated on Godwin, and, you know, she basically has a special relationship with her. With him, sorry, like she's just so upset by what has happened to him, right? It suggests a close relationship, and wet nurse is basically, you know, like it's a very close bond. They basically feed the children like a mother would. So Godwin, quick once over with him. I'm sure most is pretty common knowledge. He's a very, very popular figure in the lore. A lot of discussion around him. He was the first of the demigods to die. In the Night of the Black Knives, he was killed. Now, I personally do believe that he was an intended target. Like, they picked Godwin out of all the potential demigods to die. There's a few reasons for that, but, you know, that's my theory. Some people think they just wanted to kill anybody, but the main reason that Ranni wanted to do the Night of the Black Knives was she needed a demigod to die at the exact same moment as her. Now, to kill someone at the exact correct moment, it takes some really careful planning. I don't really think it was like a, this guy's close enough, YOLO. You know, I think Godwin was the target. I think they planned every single detail. And Ranni wanted to sever her connection to the two fingers, and one technique she used was she killed her own Empyrean body, because she was chosen as an Empyrean and linked with the two fingers. But she didn't want to die. She just needed to get rid of her body. So she stole a piece of the Rune of Death, imbued the Black Knives with it, gave a tiny piece of it to Rykard as well in the form of the Blasphemous Claw, and then used the same knife to kill her own flesh but keep her soul alive, while Godwin was killed at the exact same moment. Well, then again, I don't know if it's the exact same moment, but like, it's suggested it needs to be pretty close proximity, else it'll be a full death. And instead of it being a full death for Godwin and Ranni, it becomes a half death for both. So Ronnie's soul stayed alive, and she put it into a doll's body, but her body was killed. Godwin, though, was the complete opposite. In death, in this case, in this game, you need a body and you need a soul. So since Ranni paid the body, he paid the soul. And that's why he became those who live in death. I personally think he's the origin of it. But then there's also like, then why is there death root at Farum Azula? Because that would have been a lot older. So, you know, this isn't set in stone. It's not like certain, but I think he's the origin of Deathblight, and all of it comes from his body, because the rune of death was within him, and when it combined with the life that remained in his body, it became this uncontrollable life that grows and spreads and infects, and it basically became a cancer. Like Godwin and his Deathblight have become like a cancer, but a contagious one that can spread and infect others. So the leftover of this act that Ranni committed of killing Godwin was the mark of the centipede, the half wheel, the centipede, the Hallowbrand. Yeah. So each of them have one part of it on their body. Now, D found the one that he has initially, in Summonwater Village, which is why likely it's gotten quite so badly infected. He says that he literally found it here in Summonwater. Why here? I honestly don't know. Maybe someone else had it, something else happened. The reason that the Deathblade is so bad there is likely because of that. It's also possible, I'm not sure about this, but it's also possible that, okay, now Godwin's, how much of a will he actually has is a little bit questionable, because his soul is gone but his body yet lives, so that's why it does nothing but attempt to grow. It's like life grown out of control. However, there's a chance he's trying to get it back, because maybe he truly is the Prince of Death now, and he does have some sort of will left, a soulless will, and he wants to do what Fia's trying to help him do and become the Prince of Death, right? So the fact that there's a face in Godwin's basement, it suggests that he's trying to grow like a particularly large facet of his being down here. Now, it's interesting because there's no Deathblight in Stormvale, but the place is marred. There's holes in the wall, it's decaying, and they can't really figure out why. It's because Godwin's in the basement. Now, if my main body were located down here, and I needed to get my half-wheel centipede, which for some reason is in Summonwater, well, you'd need to grow there. The thing is, though, it would be relatively easy for him to reach this place, too, because there's also the Deathblight, the Death Touch catacombs right here. Like, there's other routes that he could take. Routes with both spellings, like roots is in a tree route and route is in a route, like a path. I don't know why it's here, but D finds it here. That's actually why Fia targets him, is because she needs it. She's not just trying to kill him because she's feeling spicy that way. She needs the half wheel. When she kills him, she says, now we've gotten it, you know, the half wheel mark of the centipede, but she needs the other one, which is why she indirectly helps you with Roger's quest to get you the other one. Need to use a pun? It isn't a pun. I'm not even trying to make a pun literally. It's just I'm saying there's different routes he could take, and I don't know why. I don't know about the face in Stormvale. I don't know why there's a face in Stormvale. I don't know how much will Godwin has. However, there's something I'd like to try this playthrough. Someone told me that if you attack Fia, lightning strikes, and she says, "Oh, Godwin, is that you?" Which suggests that he does have some sort of will, and he's trying to protect Fia, and they are truly allied. But I'm not sure. And I haven't seen this myself because I never attacked her. Oh yeah, basilisks also. They're back. Isn't that great? Maybe the body's working more off instinct than thought. I definitely think that that's more akin to what's happening. And its instinct is simply life's instinct to grow, to spread without thought. Where the heck is the freaking route to get up here? Oh, it's right here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna hit Fia, but I will ask for forgiveness with Celestial Dew, so we'll be fine either way. So we also have these little gargoyles. They're way more decayed, but these are gargoyles as well. They're here protecting the Erdtree roots, because this is the Erdtree roots. This is the deepest part of the roots. Oh, a couple other things I want to talk about. Can you accidentally kill her? Probably. Okay. Godwin was buried at the Erdtree roots because he was the first of the demigods to die. Erdtree burial was an honor. And of course, since he was the Godwin, a demigod, a direct descendant of Queen Marika, he got the highest honor, which was to be buried at the Erdtree roots. However, Deathblight spreads on roots and it grows. And I really wonder if the reason they buried him there is because they didn't know that would happen. And he started spreading and infecting the lands between. I really wonder just how much they knew about what would happen with Deathblight. But I definitely think if they'd known, they would have done something different, because then we have wandering mausoleums, which are said to house soulless demigods as well. Now, who were the other soulless demigods? How did they get kind of half killed? Potentially they got infected from Godwin. Potentially they simply got afflicted by Deathblight, similarly to Roger, where he just got freaking stabbed with it, and now he's those who live in death. But either way, there are other soulless demigods. And they're here. They are in these wandering mausoleums, and I wonder if they weren't entombed in these so that they could never spread Deathblight. Inside, it's all stone. It can't grow on stone. Nothing can grow on stone. Well, okay, under some circumstances, yeah. But inside, it's also possibly enchanted in some way, shape, or form, because things are growing on them. But on the inside, nothing. And the fact that they wander and are guarded eternally is likely, in my opinion, to prevent Deathblight from spreading again from yet another source. Because if they buried them at other places, there would be more Deathblight locations, likely. More death roots, more sources of spread. Celestial do work on Fia. Celestial do works on everybody. I once fed Ronnie the potion that turns her into a... It doesn't, but... you know, that is supposed to turn her into one of Celivis's puppets. Celestial Dew, we're cool now. Celestial Dew is pure magic. Considering the secrecy around Ronnie killing herself at the same time, I imagine they thought Godwin was fully dead. Yeah, I don't think they would have had a reason to doubt anything. But I will say that I wonder if Ronnie knew what exactly she was doing. I think I don't know how much she knew. Because, like, personally, I don't think Deathblight existed until that moment. Some people disagree with me that Deathblight is just another form of the Rune of Death, and that it might have existed before, but I personally think that some sort of alchemical thing happened with Godwin in that moment, with the life mixing with death, and he became the source of all of it, and it's now infected death generally. I actually noticed that during Malika's transformation, I was editing Malika today, so we haven't gone there yet, but I was just looking at it, into phase 2, he has the Rune of Death, but also there's some like tiny little yellow specks. It could just be flashes of gold, but I wonder if it isn't the Death Blight, because he's been consuming Death Blight, and I think the Rune of Death might have changed as he's trying to recombine it. Like Malekith is not, as far as we know, able to like really create anything, right? Like he might not be able to fix it. He's sort of doing at-home alchemy by eating Deathroot and then just hoping it recombines into the Rune of Death. And I don't think it's working out very well for him. Interpreted Deathblade is sort of Godwin's revenge. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see about this Fia dialogue in a bit. Done Sylvis's quest every playthrough. Found on the hunch the draft he wants you to use on Ronnie might have a use later. Like the Tonic of Forgetfulness 10th gives you. Oh yeah, there's a couple different uses for the Tonic of Forgetfulness. I didn't get that on my first playthrough. I want to try to get it here. I have done that before though. I've gotten Riot to forget, I think. I don't remember if I've... The tonic, I haven't used on everyone that has an option to use it, so that's neat. Eats its incessant death is the only thing that can truly kill the other half that's left. Sorry, you think Malekith... Oh, you think Malekith is trying to kill Godwin? Yo, Rob, thank you for the gifted membership. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Enjoy your emotes. Thanks, Rob. The thing is, I don't even know if death can kill Godwin. Like, if Malekith and Godwin 1v1'd, would Malekith be able to take him out fully? So this is him. His face is upside down now. He's got like a mermaid's tail. He's still wearing... You can still actually see that's like his chest. His shoulders. You can see an arm there. One spindly arm with fins on it. Bracelets. Long black curved nails. Another arm there. He's very much like held up like this. He's literally taking on the same pose that he appears to have been killed in. He's permanently locked in his death pose. To the point that even his arms... which should presumably be falling, are literally just locked there. He's almost pseudo-crucified in a way, similar to Marika's position in Martyrdom, but not quite. You can actually see in the opening cutscene the Black Knives are holding him like this, and it looks like this is the way he stayed. Rigor Mortis, this takes it to another level, I think. But yeah, definitely something similar, possibly. Part of Miquella's quest, besides curing Melania, was also to help Godwin die a true death. Yes. Yes, that's what he was up to in Castle Sol. Also, the fishtail likely represents him becoming like a Ningyo. Ningyo, I always say it weird, sorry, Ningyo, is a Japanese mermaid that was said to grant immortality if you ate its flesh. There's different symbols for the whole fish-like aspect, the transforming aspect. There's the ancient legend of like the carp that climbs a waterfall that will become a dragon. So like the idea of being fish-like and being like in this form that could eventually become something else makes sense too. But I really think he's just supposed to be a mermaid, because his touch, his flesh does grant immortality in a way. So yeah. Other than that, though, like, he's obviously pretty horrific. His face is, like, literally upside down. You can still see one of his eyes permanently open. Like, there's a tiny little iris there. You still see his golden hair. And the massive thorns that comes out of his body. And that's the Erd Tree. That's the roots of the Erd Tree, in fact. And you can see from the base, it is... blackened with death blight, or potentially something else as well, like the whole thing, the Erd Tree was burnt before, but I mean it looks death blighted in its entirety. Don't think we saw his legs in the trailer. Maybe he was always a mermaid. The opening cutscene, I mean, yeah, he's still wearing a robe. I don't think he was always a mermaid. There's a chance though. There's always a chance. Mermaid's Forest is a good anime about that lore. Ah, neat. And the miasma of death is thickest here. It's a sickly, deep yellow color. How is a giant face in the bottom of Stormvale Castle connected to Godwin? So he's growing. He's at the Erdtree roots, and we know that the Erdtree roots spread all over the lands between. So he's basically attached to the center of a network that can reach everywhere. And it does. So he just grows a second face. Everything that has an association with him has his freaking face on it. The Prince of Death's pustule, which comes from the one in the Stormvale basement. The Prince of Death's cyst, which comes from here. He grows faces everywhere. That one just happens to be the biggest. You can see the flies. Ugh, so gross. They're freaking huge too. They almost look like fireflies. I wonder if that's intentional, if they're just like reusing, but they have those like little tubby butts. Fia. Fia? Fia? Oh, there we go. Okay, so she doesn't appear yet. I was wondering like, when she shows up. Hello, Fia's champion. Very much like Eleonora. Not obviously the same, but... One... Starbody grew from Deathroot. There's no Deathroot in Stormvale at all. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really think it's hard to... Sorcerer Roger. Sorry, we'll talk about this after. Like this fight. But one thing I want to say is, like... Deathblight in Stormvale would be fucking busted. So I know, lore-wise it doesn't make sense, but we see corruption all over the place, and things are like decaying. And it's linked, it's one of those it is said to be the face in the basement. I just think that if they put Deathblight at the very first dungeon, it would be a little cruel. So I think it's supposed to be like gameplay over lore thing. I know that's convenient though. I understand. The fact that there is no Deathblight directly in Stormvale is definitely weird. No, come here, you dingus. We see Roger dying to Deathblight there. That is a good point. That was an extra, sorry. Roger, you freaking dingus. Okay, I don't think Roger wants to fight you here. I just think he kind of has to because he's a Deathblight now. Sorry, I was a little disrespectful, but in my defense, there's 3 of you. Oh, Jesus. Interesting also that they're blue, which is often a puppet color, not always. So we got a total of 5 Fia's champions, only one of them with a name, Lionel the Lionhearted. Lionel, I believe, serves Fia out of choice. The others, not so much. He's also the tankiest one, notably. Sure, probably died of Deathblight from extracting the pustule. If you mean the one we pick up, it's possible, because that's where his sign always is, so it suggests he was there. Like, no matter what, you can't get there without his sign being there, which suggests, yeah, could be involved. He did say, doesn't he say not to mess with it also? The face? Yeah, it suggests to me that something happened when he did, absolutely. Which means that Godwin, like an instinctive being, does do things to keep himself safe. Like, he does have, like, self-preservation instincts. Jesus Christ, it really is kind of like a gank. I don't have particularly good weapons for this. Fretting Roger moments ago. True. The only one, the thing about Roger though is he's not really Fia's champion by choice. The fucking RKR is killing me, dog. Yes, I get it. Ah! Nothing happens if you hit it as far as I know. To be fair, we don't know what he was doing to it. He was messing with it a lot more. Lionel also uses death spells and deathblight skills. And he is using the Prince of Death's staff. He is a servant by choice. I forgot to read the Prince of Death's staff. I wanted to wait, actually. Oh my god, you're so annoying, dude. Just chill. Lionel is basically Fia's, like, foster father. He, like, took her in. And she just appears. Alright. Prince of Death's staff and Fia's Mist. Fia's Mist, sorcery of Fia, the Deathbed Companion, creates a deathly mist before the caster which inflicts deathblight upon those who enter. This sorcery can be cast while motion. Okay, that's easy. This sorcery was developed to oppose the Round Table Hold and is effective only against the Tarnished. Fia made it. It's that easy. So the Roger is evidence that potentially giving Fia a hug, or getting a hug from Fia, I should say, allows her to sort of use your likeness. However, it could also be the fact that he's death blighted. There's evidence about. The fact is, if Fia hugs you, you have a chance of showing up as one of these champions, because what she does is she takes strength from champions to give to her lord. So apparently that turns into her kind of using like a little mini puppet, like a illusion of them to fight. But Roger has this really interesting line where he says he believes he's about to fall into a deep, fathomless slumber, and he has the feeling that he's going to be a problem for you, and he wants to apologize in advance. And that to me suggests that he can feel what's starting to happen with the Deathblight. It could also be he knows the truth about Fia, something. The fact is he gets hugs from Fia because he is in pain and crippled, and, you know, like he needs comfort in his, as he dies, effectively. And he knows he's going to die, and he puts on a brave face for you, but, you know, everyone has moments of weakness, and that's kind of when he starts speaking to Fia. Could have happened beforehand, but there's a lot of stuff about how he seems excited when he hears about like the Black Knives, and she sort of gives you some information and stuff. So Roger's fate is sad. Some people think that he's like secretly working for Fia and like he's trying to make her dream reality. I think he has his goal to cure those who live in death. Dee has his goal to kill those who live in death. And Fia has her goal of making everyone those who live in death. And they're not working together. They just end up crossing paths, all three of them. Using Linear Proper Death? What there would do anything? I don't know what that skill is, but either way, I think he's just generally too strong to be affected by things like that. Like, it takes a whole ass eclipse. Here we go. Oh, sorry, not the Staff of the Guilty. The Prince of Death's Staff. Staff embedded with sullied amber, said to be a very part of the Prince of Death. Enhances death sorceries. One of the staves deemed heretical by the Academy for its ability to allow sorceries to be augmented through faith, in addition to intelligence. Cool. I want to equip it as well. We're too stupid to use it, but I just want to see it. A spiral. A spiral at the bottom. And then it seems to combine where we hold it. Let's see, can I put this on my back? No, it goes on the side. Okay, so it's a spiral. And then it combines at the top. Is that a triple spiral? No, just a double spiral. And then this sullied amber at the top. It does look like it's got gunk in it. Even he has his limits, it's true. Almost like it's a tree from the DLC. I really wonder. I don't think that the shadow tree... I mean, the shadow tree could be dealing with some signs of corruption, but we don't see Deathblight corruption specifically. It's the amber leaking from it doesn't, to me, look like it has like this blackness in it. I mean, it might. Hang on, let's... maybe. But the tree, the very notable part of the tree is that stuff is falling from it. It looks like dust. It looks like a freshly burnt tree might drop something like that. Like, it literally looks like... I've been calling it shadow. This tree does look really similar, like it's taken from it. Like, really similar color. In fact, this tree, the parts of the tree that we can see from here do kind of look like the tree in the trailer, for sure. But the reason that I'm not certain is because there are no distinctive flies, and that's the key. When we see these, but there's things falling. So that's the one thing why I'm not like, that's a Deathblight tree, is we don't see these, and these things seem really key. The flies, they come out of your skin. When you die a Deathblight, you can actually see the little flies and wormies like come out. It's nasty as hell. Zuli showed it off in a video. You get to see it like really slow-mo and really high def, and it's gross. So the flies seem to be like an inherent part. It's like the pests underneath your skin of Deathblight, versus the sort of falling dust off the tree that doesn't move, that seems to be falling and descending at certain points too. So I don't know. I'm not saying no Godwin in DLC. Someone asked if it's gonna be Godwin in DLC. I don't know. No one knows. It's not out yet. Miyazaki knows, probably. Tanamura probably knows. We don't, though. Hello.
There you are.
Yeah.
I knew you would come.
Uh-huh.
What is it you intend? To deny us and our ways, like the dogmatic brutes of the Golden Order?
Like D. That's right. We're gonna say, you know, whatever.
I see. Then you must kill me. For I am the companion of Godwin, Prince of Death. I wish to be a mother to those who live in death. So it is that any loathing, any hatred that overshadows them, I must bear, as a matter of duty, with my own flesh.
She's basically martyring herself. It's, in a way, it's touching because she cares for these people who are so downtrodden. So compare D with Fia. D was mistreated for being an abomination, because he is one soul, two bodies, him and his brother. The Golden Order Fundamentalist took him in, and he's like, thanks for keeping me alive. What do you want me to do? And they're like, we want you to kill abominations. And instead of being like, but I was an abomination, what if they wanted me killed? He's like, okay. And he mindlessly goes, and he fully agrees. He's a dogmatic brute. Fia was a deathbed companion. She awakened to grace, was sent away, forced out, basically. Came here. Really doesn't have much combat ability. Like, she's clever. But the thing is, a lot of the spells associated with her and the things she does, like Deathblight, Fia's Mist, they come from Deathblight and an encounter likely with Godwin, which means that when she came here, she probably didn't have much combat ability to defend herself. Basically outcast from everything she ever knew. She met Lionel, who became her like stepfather, foster father, took her in like as if she were a daughter, but you know, like she had it rough. And what does she do? She sees those who are downtrodden, even lower than her, and she pities them and wants to become like a mother to them. She's misguided, but she genuinely seems to have a good heart in her way. Yeah, sorry, we just talked about the merman thing, so I figure chat can fill folks in if you're asking again, because we just talked about it. I'm trying not to repeat too much. A lot of Jura. Yeah, I would say so too. Jura, though, he still sees the beasts as people. And there's sort of this subtext of like he's protecting them because they were people, and maybe he hopes they can become people again. The last part isn't certain with him, but clearly he sees them as people because they were people. She sees them as people too, but she wants everyone to become her child and become those who live in death. So it's a little, you know. Fia dementia killed the... No. I'm talking about when she came to Lands Between. And that's what when I said that her skills are Deathblight related. When she came to Lands Between, she had no Deathblight because she found Godwin and became his companion. But before that, there's no sign she had any ability to do any sort of combat. So her ability to defend herself now comes from that. But at the time, she was likely very vulnerable and mistreated in a very... I'm saying she was in a very desperate position, and she doesn't choose to trot on people who were like her, like Dee does. It's actually really interesting how they're sort of complete opposites of one another, despite being in very similar positions. And Deathblight is only effective against Tarnished. Yeah, it's defensive. They may be like, oh, but she kills Dee. You know, she needs something he has. And also, Dee probably would have tried to take her out too. You know what I mean? Like, it's not... And Dee's brother already stood before the Prince of Death and likely tried to attack. Because that's what he likes to do. We know for sure he came before the Prince of Death. So, yeah. I think that's all I wanted to say. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but we'll get it back.
Go
Hello.
on. Kill me. You deny us, do you not? Because we deign to live in death and wish our Lord to rise to glory.
No, I want to be held.
You are an odd one. I am the guardian of those who live in death. They call me a foul and rotten witch. Yet you still wish to be held by me?
Oh yeah, hug time. See, she doesn't even care that I'm covered in blood, dog. Lionel seems to be the reason she survived Lands Between until she got her Deathblight skills. Yeah, there's definitely a suggestion of that, but it kind of suggests she basically got lucky. You know what I mean? Now, you could argue that it's the difference between the people who found them. So, Lionel became a, Lionel will help you with bosses like Radon. He generally seems to have been a good dude, from what we can tell. And, you know, brave, loyal knight type. So he took her in, but what if she had been found by someone else, right? So since the D twins were taken in by the Golden Order Fundamentalists, they became like the ones who raised them effectively, right? So it makes sense. Fair to say their ideal outcome sort of reflects the relationship between Radigan and Marika, as in Godwin is reduced to instinct, so she makes all the decisions. No, she genuinely feels like she wants to bring what she births in her mending rune is basically a child of her and Godwin. And it's a suggestion that that's what, like, they are making all of those who live in death their children mutually. So she needs power from Godwin and also her own power to do that, to create the rune. So I feel like in some way Godwin is involved and he wants it, but the nature of his will is sort of hard to understand because he doesn't have a soul. We don't necessarily know what that means. Lionel body was in Lanedell, next to the deathbed companion dress. It's a little weird, I must say. Lionhearted is also quite the title, as lions are Godfrey's symbol. Yeah, good point. But it doesn't mean, because, okay, where your body is doesn't mean that's what you were a part of. To be honest, you know, you could die anywhere, and people would say that's, you know, if you die in a hospital, it doesn't mean you were affiliated with a hospital, right? If you die in a certain town, you could have been traveling for business, or it could have been your home forever. You don't know. It's just that's where he was killed. Might have been mortally wounded in the Radon festival. It's possible. I will say that it's possible also that he intentionally gave all of his strength to Fia. It's not necessarily Fia, but we do get the deathbed companion dress directly next to him, and they're both in a bed. Considering she is the deathbed companion, like, I know the bed, I'm not trying to make it weird here. I'm not saying that, like, you know, oh, they bang, dude. But it's possible that he chose to give his strength to her so she could achieve her goals. The others, not so much, I would say. How'd you learn all this? A lot of reading the lore. A lot of playing the game. Okay, so we're gonna punch her in the face shortly. Sorry, Fia. We'll ask for apologies.
Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede. Godwin's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another Hallowbrand out there somewhere, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. When Godwin died, but another exists. Another mark in the shape of the half-wheel wound of the centipede, and I must find it before the time comes we receive our Lord. My hands will be dirtied once more by the deed. Will you still let me hold you, even then?
Do you feel like the deathbed companions are more platonic than not? Yeah, I mean, there's obviously supposed to be like a little bit of like prostitution subtext, sort of like, I mean, a lot like Ariana in Bloodborne, who is a prostitute and described herself as such. And, well, okay, to be fair, she uses the term whore. But she says that, but also the thing about Yarnum, where she's from, is they find blood a lot more intoxicating than other things. So she was a blood prostitute because her blood was, well, we know why. She was a link to royalty. But still, like, there's an idea of it not necessarily being directly, like, you know, sexual. It doesn't need to be, because there's other things that are more entrancing. Okay, she's still here, so we're gonna get the debuff removed. There's a non-sexual intimacy to it. People who are near death aren't going to be raring to bang. Yeah, but also she literally sleeps next to corpses to give them her strength, her warmth. It's described as, you know, she takes your warmth. There's sort of like the concept of sharing heat, and then eventually it brings a lord back to life. You know what I mean? I really wonder if she could actually fix Godwin. Like, if she, as a deathbed companion, has the unique ability. That isn't her goal, but I wonder if she could. Okay, I'm so sorry to do this, Fia. I've never done this before, so I do feel bad. But I've, like I said, never punched you, so I want to see what happens. And we will ask for apologies. Hello. Okay. I don't love it.
Godwin, is that you, dear?
Is something supposed to attack me? Is that supposed to happen? Is that what... Because it does come out of freaking nowhere. That's weird, because she does say, Godwin, is that you, dear? Which does imply that she's not doing it. But they're spirits. It's Rancor Call. Or Ancient Death Rancor. This one would probably be Rancor Call. Sorcery of the Servants of Death summons vengeful spirits to chase down foes. Once I've lost this ancient death hex, is rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. It is coming out of him, though. Like, that's coming out of his freaking fishtail out here. But Rancor Call, you summon spirits to fight for you, but someone has to do the summoning. This is actually really intriguing. So I've never, like I said, I've never done this before. So this is one that I didn't know about, but yeah, it does look, and oh, the way that Godwin's like looking at you from here. God, he looks like Shara Ishvalda from Monster Hunter World. Blech. No centipede mark that's usually there when NPCs cast it. Yeah, it's directly from his body. So whatever Godwin is now, he does appear to have some protective will toward Fia, and thus want. Okay, it's interesting that he's now called the Prince of Death. Okay, are we cool? Or, like, am I gonna have to ask for forgiveness? She will not speak to me anymore. She won't give me any more hugs. Okay, I'll be right back. That is really neat and something I didn't know. Huh. But you have to wonder, what part of Godwin is it? Is it truly, can it truly be called him anymore? Right? Because without the soul, and Fortisax doesn't want what's happening. Fortisax becomes corrupted by Deathblight trying to fight off the Deathblight, which suggests to me that the Deathblight has taken on a will of its own. It is life going out of control. It's like similar we talked about when Millicent invades you. I don't think it's Millicent truly. I think it's the rot sort of taking on her form in order to prevent us from accessing the needle, because the needle can be used to suppress the rot. Could be another reason, but either way. Will of Godwin's body, which is to survive. It wants to survive. Like, yeah, but I really wonder, like, what kind of will can nothing but a body have? Just instinct. The body does have a lot of like in-baked instincts. Like when you touch something hot, your body you'll like retract. It's like instant. You can't really fight it. It's like an impulse, right? Fortisax isn't his and Fia's dream, so probably Saint Trina helped him get there. I don't think that Saint Trina is the only one who's able to make people sleep, though. I think that the dream... I don't think Trina needs to be involved. Other people can sleep. Other people can have dreams. Trina is the saint of sleep. She's clearly an important figure. She tries to put people to sleep to teach her ways, but that doesn't mean that people can't sleep otherwise, especially those close to death. So I don't think Trina needs to necessarily be involved. Like not every piece of sleep is involved. You know what I mean? Dead bodies will sit up on occasion. Wow, that's wild. Hello. Use Celestial Dew to receive absolution. Yeah, I'm sorry for punching Fia in the face a couple times. Also, this is the same statue as from Nokron. Your sins are absolved. Pogs. Thanks. So I wonder if the symbol here is if we're supposed to pour the Celestial Dew into that chalice and sort of it pours upon us, or if we pour it over us. The idea of being cleansed of sin by pouring water over you, pretty freaking Christian concept. A lot of baptisms. So, no, like, the thing is, okay, I'm not saying Trina isn't linked to dreams. I just think that other beings might also be capable of creating dreams. And Fortisax is in the dream as well. But it doesn't need to be Saint Trina's dream. Because if it were, I feel like it might look a little different. I just think that maybe strong enough beings are able to create their own dream realm. We also have the present idea in Bloodborne of layered dreams. With dreams becoming... dreams stacked on top of one another, like literally different worlds stacked on top of one another. In fact, because of the way Bloodborne's constructed, we actually have lore and evidence on which dream is at what level. Like we can tell you this one's the lowest, this one's probably the highest. It's super neat. It's incredibly cool. I just don't think all occasions of sleep are linked to Trina. A lot of them are, but the ones linked to the other demigods, I think might be their own separate realm of sleep. Yeah. His body may not necessarily have a will, but an automatic process of growth and defense. Some people argue the moon enchants people, doesn't necessarily make them do anything like other outer gods. The moon thing is another thing. Like I'm going to separate that from the rest of it, but definitely that's basically what I mean is his body is reduced to its processes. Also, so Kima, I'm not a doctor, I'm not like an expert here, but like the way that he is described does seem like a cancer. So a cancer cell, what apparently happens is they're sort of like, they replicate rapidly, and it causes harm because they sort of, it's like their cells that got a little goofed up along the way, and that's why they spread so rapidly, and then they can also go to other parts. Like, I'm not, there's something clearly wrong with him, but he almost is like a cancer in that he grows faster than anything. Like the death blight, once it builds up in you, it grows out of you almost instantaneously. It's pretty interesting. They lost their growth inhibition. Interesting. Prions? I don't know very much about prions. Peripheral nervous system? Yeah, like things can still move. Ooh, yeah, absolutely. Oof. But yeah, clearly Godwin still has some will is the thing. And to be fair, we just found out New Lore together. I didn't know that. People in chat mentioned it. I wanted to test it myself. I've never attacked Fia before. That is huge. Like, really interesting. Cancer cells don't want to kill you. They want to live and don't realize killing you will also kill them. Yeah. That's a great way of putting it. And that's pretty much exactly what's going on with Godwin. He just wants to grow. He just wants to spread. But he's basically become a contagious form of cancer. Really. Normal cells will grow to a point and stop. That's why you don't get perpetually bigger as you age. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I just got to use the restroom. But this is neat. And we're going to go talk to Fia again and do more of her quest line. Which links with Ronnie's, actually. So, be right back. I'm back. Basically the Mending Rune of Death turns everyone to soulless cancer husks. Yeah, I gotta wonder though what it means, because the Mending Rune for Dung Eater likely turns everyone into Omen, but Omen are not, in my opinion, necessarily cursed, right? Like I talked about how I actually don't think that there's anything inherently bad about them. It's simply how they've been treated and maligned that they've taken that curse onto themselves, which is why they're able to use things that look like curse because they have been so reviled. Actually, sorry, you just reminded me of something I wanted to go pick up that I forgot about while we were in Lascar Ruins. I forget what it's called. It's not the Spirit Caller Bell. It's like a curse bell or something. Yeah, so Dung Eater, he turns everyone into Omen, but it's born of his own curse, and the despair. His power comes from the souls of people that he has eaten, effectively. Where is it? Right here. I missed this in my first playthrough, funny story. The Wraith Collar Belt, exactly. Does he eat dung though? Well, the soul is in your butthole, according to Japanese myth. So I know that sounds like a meme. No, I'm dead serious. According to Japanese myth, your soul, called a Shiriko Dama, is in your butthole. So when he eats dung, it means he eats your butt soul. Every time I talk about that, it literally has to sound like a meme. I'm dead serious. What did I pick up? The Wraith Collar Bell. Wraith Calling Bell. Bell used by worshippers of revenants. Ring bell using FP to summon prowling wraiths. This can be done multiple times in a row. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. That's really interesting. So basically, Dung Eater will fill the world with these once they die. Not because they were Omen, but because they were cursed. We see Omen using these, so it's actually pretty easy to think that the Omen themselves are cursed. And that's actually one thing we're going to be looking at in the Subterranean Shunning Grounds, because I don't think they are. Demon with an eye there. Kappas eat them also. Enemies insecure. Specifically, the enemies you're thinking of are the freaking headless. Ugh. I hate headless. I hate them so much. They scare the heck out of me to this day. Okay, so I wanted to pick that up while we were talking about curse. I've actually never used it, so that's really neat. And that's what they use on us. And I actually, since I didn't pick this up in my first playthrough, I actually didn't know. But there is a faction that worships revenants. So even the most horrifically cursed beings, there are those who worship them. It's really hard to see it. It's just for a moment. Morgoth says his curse staining the thrones when he bleeds his own stuff. Yes, because he despises himself. And he's keeping all of that in, and then when he sort of loses control, as he starts to lose health, that's when his curse emerges, because he's suppressing it. He's actually a great example of exactly what I'm talking about. We hear him talk about his curse because he despises the fact that he's an Omen. It doesn't mean that Omen are cursed. He was mistreated for it, and he internalized it. Which faction worships revenants? I forgot. That's the thing! We don't know. I mean, well, it's these guys running around on their freaking weird revenant horses and such, but we don't know exactly what the heck they're about, personally. Like, I don't think there's anything. This bell is interesting, though. Hang on. I have too many items now. Where's the Spirit Calling Bell? I thought it was a key item. Ooh, you know what? I should give these to Muriel as well, because there's lore within here we can get. Right here. So this one looks distinctly different, actually, from the Wraith Calling Bell, doesn't it? It has the same runes that I would argue come on those, like, Ancestral Follower tablets. Then again, I don't know that the Ancestral Followers made those, now that I think about it. But if they didn't make them, then how come they're like worshipping at them? Oh man, everything about those stone tablets is so interesting to me. The ones at the with the Ancestral Followers and stuff, the torches you light to fight the boss. And not to mention, this gotta be metal, right? Like, this is a metal bell, so they definitely didn't make it. They shun metal. Yeah, this one looks way older than the Wraith Calling Bell. But I saw the Royal Revenants at the tops of the statues you're talking about? Which statues? Like those Royal Revenants? Let's take a look. Revenant faction will be explained by the drop from the Revenant Trio boss fight in the DLC. Trio, listen. I love Shadows of Yarnum. One of my favorite fights in FromSoft games, period. I would love another trio fight. They just had to be as well done as those three. Those three are vicious but manageable. I love Shadows of Yarnum. Oh man, I would love like a good trio fight. Honestly, I don't think FromSoft's done a good one except for Shadows of Yarnum. Genuinely. Belongs to Torrent's former master. I don't think Mikkel is Torrent's former master. I think Torrent is way too fucking old to be the belonging of one of the youngest of the demigods. Like, I think this stuff way predates him. And the bell, once again... Okay, hang on. Let's just talk about this, because I think this has just got to be it, eh? The Newman came from another world. They probably took their freaking boats, and they built those monuments, and they built the ruins. The Newman are the freaking Romans. I went to the wrong place. And they are no longer here as a civilization. So the Ancestral Followers kind of took over. You can't make stuff like this without freaking stone. Or without metal, probably. Likely. Okay, let's try to take a look at these ones. And if the spirit... Listen, the Spirit Calling Bell has the same symbols as this on it. And if Marika was a Newman, which we do know... It's hard to see now because the torch is lit, but you can see the lit up runes. Compare this image with the symbol on the spirit summons. Oh man, I gotta find a tiny one. Right here. Similar, very similar, but like gravestone. And on the Spirit Calling Bell, which of course summons spirits. Like, I don't think Mikkola's involved in this. I think this predates Mikkola quite a bit. I think Mikkola created a lot of things, but I think he got his ability to create from his mother, and there's a sign that Marika might have been Tor's previous owner. The thing is, if we are going to use Torrent to follow Mikkola, and then also we have Torrent, I don't know, I still think it's so weird. Because we have to also remember, people are using the DLC image to think that Mikkola is Torrent's previous owner, but we now know that Torrent, or Mikkola, is following in Marika's footsteps. And we follow Mikkola's footsteps. And in the very start of the trailer, I actually didn't notice this. Someone pointed this out to me because I was so focused on the surroundings, I wasn't looking at the ground. There are literal footsteps that Torrent walks in perfectly. So we're likely actually going to be following Torrent footsteps quite literally. And with that, we're likely following steps that Marika took as well. So it's really interesting because we're following someone who's following someone else throughout the DLC. And I think this might outline some of these things, but I think this way predates Mikkola. I'm not saying he's not a spirit tuner. I'm not saying he didn't create anything. I'm just saying that some of this really old stuff I think is from Marika, but he got his ability to create because he's just like her. The stuff that he created is a masterclass. So if he is able to create such things, and he is basically Marika, I think she could create some really incredible things too. But no, I think the DLC will answer... Well, really bold of me to say that the DLC will answer anything, but... Long to Marika, passed down to Mikkola, then down to Melina, then down to us. Yes. Definitely possible. The thing is, like, how does it make sense that we see Mikkola in the trailer, in that trailer image? Because I still think that initial image is Marika. I still do. I People are like, oh, but like Miyazaki confirmed it's Mikola. Yeah, but Miyazaki likes to freaking troll, and he's not going to tell us everything, is he? The image that we see, the initial image that we saw of the DLC, has nothing but an empty field and a figure on a horse. We see the tree, but there's nothing there. There's no architecture. It's possible that it's veiled, and underneath you'll actually get to see the, you know, it's like hidden from a distance or whatever. But I really wonder if that image isn't meant to be Mikola and Marika, because both of them are taking the same journey. I thought it was Marika from the get-go, and I thought people were being like tricked by Miyazaki's trollishness. And then when they said, Miyazaki said something like, when we showed the initial image of Mikola in the trailer, I was like, dang, he made sure I was wrong. And then I was like, but the whole DLC is going to be about Mikola following Marika's footsteps. We don't know exactly what that means or what his goal is, but he's doing that. What if it's supposed to be both? Because they're the same person in a way. I think it's so neat. Okay, so this one's a little different. I was hoping this one would have some runes. Oh well. Okay, let's take a look at this. So, someone saw Roll Revenants on this? Where? Another law of regression, Mikola's Marika. Not like literally because they are separate beings, of course, but I think that the fact that the reason they're cursed is because they are, I've talked about this before, but they are the distilled essence of their parents in a really literal sense, right? So that's why they are cursed, is because they are effectively their parents, but like gender swapped. And that's why they're so similar to their parents, way more than the other children and way more than most kids are. Okay, so right here and where? Alter ego like his mom, dad? I want to wait and see a little bit more about Trina before we jump to that. Tora might not be the only spectral steed. Yeah. The top mural? Those are... We think those are boats. And I'm 100% with you. Watch the trailer. I don't want to open it right now because once we start watching the trailer on stream again, we'll be doing it forever. And I love that trailer. Go to the part where you see the lady in red and pause in the background, and you'll notice those exact same boats, like exact same design. It's eerie. I don't see faces. I don't see roses either. I know why you see faces, but I think it's boats. 3 boats or 3 coffins? Look at this. What are they called? They're called Portuguese. They're a Portuguese ship, I think. Someone told me the exact type of ship they are. I just forgot now. And they look the same. Okay. Ronnie's quest. Or at least we'll get the Mark of the Centipede. Really. Man of Wars? I feel like I remember a Man of War, but I don't think it was a Man of War. I don't see the boats, not gonna lie. I didn't see the boats until I saw the trailer. And then I look back. I'm like, yo, okay. Okay, I'm gonna show you because it's way too neat. Okay, hang on. Listen, this is worth it, okay? This is some of the coolest freaking stuff. Ow, flashbang. Well, it's gonna my autoplay. One sec. Okay. Peggy is 16. I know. They got a name. They got a very specific name. Carabellas? Carrick. The Carrick! That sounds right. That sounds right. Hang on. I don't think it's the Carrick. No, it is! Wait. Right here. This is the image someone said. It's the Carrick. It's the Carrick. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna post a link to Wikipedia so y'all can take a look. It's in my search history. You are so based. Here's a link. It's to Wikipedia. If you don't trust me, I understand. A carrot? You're a carrot. There you go, YouTube as well. That I linked to the specific image that someone sent me that I was like, bruh. So look at that ship. Remember the ship that I'm going to show you in a second. And then I'm going to show you the video, which, by the way, I watched this trailer so much that it's saved. Every time I go to my watching videos scene, it's saved. Okay. no audio because it's distracting, but for our purposes, right here. There we go. Okay. Look at that shit and tell me that isn't a freaking boat. And look at there's a few more. If you want to watch this trailer yourself, by all means. Unfortunately, my face is covering one of them, and once I start like closing and opening tabs, it's gonna goof up everything with YouTube's chat and stuff. But there's this is the clearest one, this one right here. But there is one in the background under my camera to the right. And there's one to the left that as the camera pans of the two figures fighting here in the center, it becomes even more clear. This is what got me. So take a look at this. And take a... Oh, I left. I forgot I left the point. I thought I was still at the... I thought I was still in the Nocron. Whatever. I'll keep this open. We'll go back there. This is what got me. This is where I was like, oh my god, that's a boat. Yup. So we see just that one, and keep in mind, this is why when people go, oh, you're looking too much into it, you know, they didn't have DLC in mind when they made this. That thing was in base game, that statue, that depiction, it was there. Gigantic troll cart, I think you're right. I feel like it's hard to tell what it is until you see the boat from the trailer. So admittedly, maybe we're totally wrong. Yeah, but it's way too similar. Also, the way the bottom, it looks almost like water or waves or something. Okay, so we're gonna do the thing with the car and inverted statue. I don't remember if I read it, so I'm gonna read it now. Statuette of a scholar with ground and sky inverted reveals the hidden form of the Karian study hall which connects to the divine tower. To unveil the secret, affix it to the pedestal of the celestial globe. It's a very close match. It really is, and I think I'd be remiss not to mention it. Absolutely. DLC stuff they didn't have time to finish or flesh out for the main game. Definitely, they definitely bring a lot more, like a lot of really cool stuff though. And a lot of stuff that, in my opinion, we won't have seen at all. They do a great balance of bringing in the things that we've gotten hints of, characters that we might have heard about but haven't seen directly, answering some questions, but oftentimes asking more. Also interesting that it's the moon that inverts and it changes the tower. It's as if they're using the moon, because the moon has a gravitational pull. It's what causes tides and stuff like that. So it's pretty notable that the way to invert the tower is via that. But otherwise, like, we're within it, nothing happened, really. Everything else out here looks fine. But it's inverted. So now that I think about it, if the bottom of the tower is now at the top... Remember how we find a godskin here? What if there was a godskin in this basement and we just freaking upended him and he's like, god dang it, my cool godskin relic, it freaking fell because the ceiling when it did, what the, you know? Because we see one in Radon's basement, in his tower basement, an apostle. So what if like the same thing was happening? What if there's like a secret godskin basement in all of these, but the only one we can access is Radon and technically Ronnie's? Oh, I forgot about Miriam. Hey baby girl, what's up? Globe is of a moon rather than the Earth? Yeah, I don't know what this planet is called either, now you mentioned it. But yeah, absolutely. Considering everything to do with the Karian royal family can be tied directly to the moon. In fact, that seems to be the main shift, is a focus on the moon versus the stars. Like the other astrologers, Renala was a stargazer. Aw, you freaking cheater. You're losing so you start teleporting. I see how it is. There were time to make sure textures are high quality unlike DS3 textures. Like, I'm not even trying to shade DS3, it's just this is like genuinely a very pretty game, yeah. Development hell though, like freaking COVID, during COVID. Freaking cuckoo knights, get out of here. Freaking hands. Also, I don't know that this... Oh, camera. Lucidity. I don't know if this is necessarily present in this game. So, you know, but I want to mention that the moon is often associated with, like, illusions. So I really wonder if that doesn't have something to do with... we know it's beguiling as well. They don't really do too much like moon equals illusory stuff, but I've seen it before in other media that like the moon and things associated with the moon are illusory and tricky. Lucidity. This is important. If only I can... There it is. One of the sorceries of the Carian royal family alleviates buildup of sleep and madness. The Carian knights never waver. It's a little interesting that they know how to do things that prevent the buildup of sleep and madness. It keeps them like awake and functional and their minds working. Because sleep and madness both drain your FP. They make you goofed up in the head. Other items say there were other Carian princesses. I've actually thought about that. I really don't know. Some people think that there was a video that Zeph posted of someone. I don't remember what their YouTube name was. That they had this whole thing, this video about how Selin might have been another Carian princess. I don't personally think she was of the royal family. Because the thing is, they also say, Ranni, doesn't she say the last queen of Caria in Renalla's boss fight? Renalla was the first queen of Caria. It's a little dramatic to be like, she's the last in the long line of the Carian royal family. The last queen. Bitch, she was the first queen. You know, like, I just feel like it's like a little bit of drama queen stuff. Knight is also representative of concealment and revelation. Yeah, and we see that very, like, the knight sorceries are assassin, killing, sneaky sorceries. Can't she be both? She is both. She is totally both, but it's a little drama queen to word it that way, I would say. Where's the freaking door? I'm having a moment. No, it's not the door. You gotta descend, you silly. Oh. I'm being a big silly. English class all over again? Yeah, like good English class. Like no shade, my high school English class was not the most based. Like I enjoyed it, but like I look back and I'm like, goodness. Oh, my depth perception was messed up a little. Wow, okay. But no, the Three Sisters does suggest there was other Carian princesses. I don't know. There's also maybe an implication that Renala dealt with miscarriage. I don't want to go too far, but that could be why the egg of rebirth beguiles her so, is because she's dealt with that pain and thus seeks to have her children be reborn. I don't want to jump to such a conclusion though, but it's really just like, why does the egg capture Renala so effectively? Who are the Three Sisters? Those are the names of the towers where Ranni hangs out. She says last because she's divesting herself of that lineage. For sure, for sure. It's a great line because it tells us a lot about Renala and Ranni. But once we realize that Renala was the very first of the Carian royals, it also becomes a little bit overdramatic. Just dramatic enough if you ask me, but still there's a little bit of like, she will be the last Carian queen, and it's like, but wasn't she also the first? Shh, you're ruining it. She's the first, but there won't be another? I don't even want to say embittered. I know what you mean. Because Ranni is saying she's not following in those footsteps. She's taking her own path. And thus, Renala will be the last Carian queen. And thus, she will always be queen. If you're never replaced, you're always queen. The rises are built for Nala's miscarriage or something. So I don't want to say that that's with the three sisters. Where is it? So the three sisters, especially since it's Rena, Celavis just takes over this one. So like that's Celavis's rise now. I remember when I first saw this, I was like, ooh, Celavis, I can't wait to meet her, because I thought these would all be three sisters that we met. Imagine my disappointment. This, if I had a nickel for every single time I heard a name in a FromSoft game and assumed they were a pretty lady, I would have so many nickels. It happened every time. The most famous probably being Aldia. Anyway, in Norse myth and Greek myth, I'm sure others, but there is this concept of three fates, and they all each have like a role. One, they're often associated with spinning. You can see, remember, you know the Disney Hercules movie? You get to see they're the old ladies. I think Slavic myth might have something similar, but the idea of three ladies who govern fate is very present in several mythologies. The three Norns. So there's, I don't remember their names in the three Norns. I never remember their names, but there's Clotho, Atropos, and Lachesis, I think, are the three fates in Greek myth. Oh, and then of course we get into the matron, the mother, and the crone. The maiden, the mother, and the crone. Yes, the transformative concept of the three stages of a woman's life, because the moon is often considered feminine. The fact that it transforms and changes throughout the month also relates to the idea of like stages of a woman's life. So at first she's a maiden. Rani would be the maiden in this example. The mother, Renala in this case, and Rena, the crone. At one point in time, everyone is at a different point of life, and mother, of course, doesn't literally mean maternal. It can be different forms. In this case, Renala is a true mother, but there's different forms of it. It doesn't literally mean like having a child. Creation, life, death. The crone doesn't represent death though necessarily. She represents parting knowledge, like imparting knowledge, a teacher. It's a stage of a life where you are not able to do too much more, so you make sure the knowledge that you've acquired goes further than you, and you teach others, which is interesting because Rena is the one who teaches Rani, and Renala guides, that the role of the mother is to guide Rani by the hand. That is a very specific line, takes her by the hand to guide her. And I really think that Rena was involved with Renala's teaching as well. Rena was a Zamora witch. I'm not sure she's a Zamora witch, but I personally subscribe to the theory that she's a Zamora. Also, I want to talk about how Malekith's armor and his hair is very Zamora-like. I don't know what to do with that, but like when I saw him transform in the cutscene, I was like, it's freaking Zamora-ish, isn't it? He's even got a fucking tank top. The Zamora kind of have like tank top, or crop top looking things. Doesn't increasing your intelligence lower your focus, make me more vulnerable to madness and sleep? Actually, now you mention it. Yeah. And in Bloodborne, there's a similar mechanic that the more insight you have, insight being like eldritch knowledge, the more susceptible you are to frenzy. Is real neat. He also backflips like Zamor Knights. So I personally really think that Rena was a Zamora. I don't really have much evidence other than the fact that the Zamora use ice sorcery, so. Carians have pacts with dragons, Adula and Rani especially. The Carians also have alliances with the giants though. So that's the thing about the Carians, is they were kind of neat. I went the wrong way. Who's your favorite demigod? Heracles. Well. Correlate with unhappiness, so it fits. I think it's also just as you understand more. Here we go. What happened, brother? Did your freaking tower fall out of the sky? What if this guy was just hanging out in your basement? The three Furies, Alecto, Tisiphone, and Megara. Oh yes, I too am a Hades enjoyer. No, yeah, 3 is a really important number, generally. You'll see it a lot. Keep on rolling, my brother. Don't get dizzy now. Okay, brother, you're making me dizzy. Can you stop? Thank you. Ow. Ow, additionally. Oh no, he rolling. Oh no, he's just thickening. God, doesn't he just look like such a luscious lump of freaking dough? You just want to knead him. I like making bread, okay? I'm not good at it, but I like it. I love I love playing with dough when you're making like a baked good and you're just like, and he just looks so doughy. Anyway, Godskin Noble garb. Hanging in my basement, are we cool? Will he teach me fencing moves? It depends how much skin you got. And is it Godskin? 3 is now a number of madness and lands between. Yeah, they don't like 3. 3 is considered an unlucky number. Kind of interesting that there's a lot of sets of 3s, huh? Can I shotgun him? He's gonna take revenge and farm Azula. I'm gonna summon the only bitch I trust at that time, okay? Actually, now there's 2 bitches I trust. Myself and Tish. There it is. Godskin Noble Hood. Hood made by sewing together patches of smooth skin. Subcutaneous fat makes it plump and soft. Worn by Godskin Nobles. Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated in human physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erd Tree, in its primordial form. They old. .jpg. Big old. Also, the purple gems on their, you know, on their garb glow. They're children of the Glowmite Queen. Worn by Godskin nobles, known for their 7-face aprons. I wonder why they call it that. Could it be because there's 7 faces on their aprons? Strengthens the noble presence incantation. Nobles, okay, same lore. Seven-face apron. You think they do a lot of bacon with that or what? Godskin Noble bracelets. Black bracelets of the Godskin Nobles. Very thick, bangle-like. Black and silver. Hood is like a massive lore drop even for stuff that isn't relevant. Yeah. I don't know what the boots are like. Do they even drop boots? What do their freaking feet look like? I don't remember. What they cooking? Probably people, dog. Maybe I've forgotten what they like something? Maybe they don't have legs. Shoes worn by maidens who serve the 2 fingers. I think I might have forgotten to read this a long time ago. Shoes worn by maidens who serve the 2 fingers. The maidens live to serve a chosen tarnish, sharing their guidance and the wisdom of the 2 fingers. The guidance of grace would ensure that the pair be brought together, or at least such was the promise long ago. Is it possible that finger maidens are literally created by the 2 fingers? Like they literally are meant to share the guidance and wisdom of the 2 fingers. And we know that I can't believe I never thought about this, but the 2 fingers are said to be able to create things. They created Blythe specifically for their Empyreans. What if for their Tarnish they create maidens? Ah, there it is. Thank you. There's no new lore, but still important. What are your stats? Honestly, I want to look at my stats. They're I don't have a build. I'm just like a nonsensical creature. Like, don't. I got a lot of HP. I've leveled up some decks. I've used my forbidden runes. It's nothing too spicy though. I don't know. It's just the fact that they, you know, seem to be live to serve a chosen tarnish, as if they're created specifically for their tarnished. It's possible it might be another reason why Vike's maiden hasn't decayed. Yeah. So that lady looking for grapes was created by the Two Fingers? Not Hayata. She wants to become a Three-Finger Maiden, and the Three Fingers operate by different rules. But we know a couple things about Finger Maidens. They seem to be destined for a specific tarnish. You can't replace your maiden with someone else. There's very few of them, which might have something to do with the fact that all the Two Fingers we find are dead. Maybe. They apparently share guidance and wisdom of the Two Fingers specifically, and we know of one dude who wanted to become one but couldn't, and it doesn't say why, it just says that he couldn't. And the thing is, it's not even like he was a dude so we couldn't. They don't say that. But if the Two Fingers need to create a maiden, maybe that's why. I'm not sure. I should read the rest of the drip too, because like I said, I think I just forgot to read it when I picked it up like a while ago. That happens sometimes. You pick up so many things. We're always talking about something. No. Can the tarnish not choose their maiden? No. There's something very special about the tarnish and their maiden. This is the main character's maiden killed and replaced. So, number one, our maiden is just not there. It could be the one we encountered at the start of the game. That's definitely a popular theory. There's also Theralina, who was described as... Do I have Theralina? I do. Hang on one second. Spirit of Finger Maiden who never met the tarnish she was meant to guide. A maiden without a tarnish without a maiden, and yet no guide to bring them together. I'm not saying this is literally our maiden, but there is something interesting here that it literally talks about how she never found her tarnish and you never found, you know, like there's something there too. But Melina is not a maiden. She acts as one. And that's a very important distinction. She literally tells you that she can act as a maiden and fulfill a similar role, but she is not a maiden. She is not your maiden. Godskin outfits seem to have so many faces on what seems to be single sheets of skin. I wonder if it's going to have anything to do with that weird face-eating creature that we actually saw in the DLC trailer. You might notice it literally eats your head. And it did look like it had a little mouse on it, and I really wonder if that doesn't have something to do with it, but I don't know. I don't want to put too much hope on the DLC. Why? They are really good at skinning gods, apparently. Like, really good at it. And they've somehow stitched the faces in. They're freaking geniuses. They literally are able to take the flesh so cleanly that there's like no seams. They're incredible. Incredible craftsmen. Where is Horalu Maiden? Why is it Sirash? Sirash is the Beast King region. You put some freaking respect on his name. What gods did they skin? Who was it? It's probably the same as the freaking demigods. Also, or the soulless demigods, it's just like, there were soulless demigods, the end. Also, the god skins predate the Elden Ring. Or, okay, predate the Erd Tree, because the Glomide Queen was an Empyrean, which means she was a contender to become a goddess. She didn't. She was defeated by Malekith under orders of Marika, so Marika won. But apparently the Glomide Queen was powerful and ruling at that time. She was powerful enough to be a queen, and she swaddled her little creepy godskin babies. I don't think I have the swaddling cloth on this build yet. Not yet. No, we haven't been down. Have we not been down to Radahn's basement? Is that where you get that? I thought that is. We have to go to Radahn's basement. Did I not do that on this character? Man, sorry. I'm getting goofed up by all the editing. Is it Marika Newman? Yes. But also a goddess. In the DLC trailer, the person with the dress is the same dress as the lady that bows in the Radahn Festival. I think it'd be her. I thought Theralina simply wears the maiden garb, no? It's not quite the same, I think. I think it's a little different, but it's very similar to what we see. Like, yeah, because, like, it looked really dark black, and it had similar, but it had, like, stuff all over it. 1 second, let me see. Fortunately, I still have it open, so... You're talking about this figure. Wait for it. Dramatic pauses. Yeah. So this is different. Very similar, but different. In fact, not as similar because this is way more intricate and not just trim. It has further up lots of... It wasn't Terralina the maiden that fights in the Badon Festival? If so, she and the Tarnished Shekali met. Yeah, but she was a puppet at the time. She was a puppet sent by Celavis, so they never got to meet. They were puppets. Or she was a puppet all along. We never meet her before she was a puppet. Melina perhaps killed our maiden? The thing is, I understand people think that because of the whole Blade of Calling and she clearly does combat and stuff. It doesn't look like there was a shortage of maidens or Tarnished without maidens at all in the Lands Between. I just feel like she just stumbled upon us and she's like, this one will do. Torrent liked us from the get-go. In fact, that might be why we were chosen. But, like, I don't know. I don't think that Melina would need to do it because there's so many. Vare, though. Vare has a vested interest in killing our maiden because part of his questline... I talked about this before, previous stream when we did Vare's quest, but part of Vare's questline involves him telling us to kill a maiden, to get blood from a maiden. We don't have to kill a maiden, but his intent is to get us to kill someone else's maiden. And considering I believe that his quest is supposed to be us spiritually following in his footsteps, he's guiding us on the exact same path that he took, meaning he killed maidens, meaning he probably killed ours, because that's just something he does. So yeah, also, yeah, there's tons of reasons, but no, I definitely think that he was involved with the killing of our maiden. He's a more likely culprit considering he's right there waiting. Okay. I do not like this strip. So, excuse me, sorry. Melina's outfit, when I first saw that figure in the trailer, I thought it was Melina because I thought Melina had a similar cloak. But I don't think hers has the stitching on it. It looks more intricate than what Melina wears. So I don't think that's a figure we know wearing an outfit that we know about, personally. Alright, so after all that, we're here. And the two fingers isn't. So this is Ronnie's body. We can see the... I forgot the light goes out, sorry. We can actually make it daytime. It should be brighter. But if you see on her head, there's what looks like the remains of red hair. So this is why people assume, I agree, that she was likely red-haired. I'm a little bummed. I personally wish that she had gotten oh my god, forgetting names. Renala's dark hair. But yeah. Rodrigo does say the spirits look fondly on us. Yeah, and Roger says that people want to trust you. I know, I've seen it. Like, basically, we got that Riz, is what they're saying. What are maidens even? They aren't their tarnished. That's what I'm saying. I think they might be created by the two fingers, and that's what's so special about them. You can't become... I meant to make it daytime. I got distracted, sorry. Doesn't need to be so freaking dark. Also, it's good for lighting. I like natural light. I don't like using consumables. Old spooky chicks are maidens ones? No, those are finger readers. Finger readers are described as distinct from the finger maidens, but we don't know exactly what makes either. So maidens can never betray the two fingers. Yeah, seems it. So yeah, she looks pretty much stone now. And in fact, you can see like her fingers have cracked off. What remains of red hair? It doesn't really look like hair shouldn't really do that, but like don't worry about it, I guess. Thick bangles set with red stones. And can I do like the curl up gesture? Because either way, she's freaking tall. I don't have the curl up gesture yet. How did she die? So she stabbed herself to half die so that she could transfer her spirit in order to sever her connection to the two fingers. It didn't really fully work because she's still connected to the two fingers, but her first goal was to get rid of her Empyrean flesh. She slew her Empyrean flesh. Similar Julia's Godskin Noble? The bangles are really different and they're bejeweled. The brooch in the center, I mean, like, she just has a brooch. Like, a lot of figures have brooches with gems, and the gem is a different color. Like, it's a very, like... I mean, it is a shade of purple, I would say. It's a red mixed with purple, though. I don't even know what color I would call that. Plum? Like a dark plum? Do you know how she moved her two fingers? The two fingers might have moved the self to try to get away from her. Magenta? I consider magenta more toward pink than like that purple. It's similar, I guess. Why burn though? Yeah, the flames of the Black Knives flame and Black Blade do seem to burn. So that might have had an effect. It could also just be they didn't want to render her body fully, so they just did a little shortcut to give us some hints. I really don't know. She does look really burnt. The burning gonna happen later, though. Only women can be Empyreans because only women can produce new life. I think that's too narrow, personally. And I find it, like, a little too narrow in the definition of what creating life is. But it does seem like a lot of female characters in the lore have a deeper understanding of life and creating it, versus the men in the lore are often like the male figures that we know about are often more they're better at destruction. That's just sort of the dichotomy they've created. But that doesn't mean, like, Melania can create life not because she is a woman, but because she has the scarlet rot within her and she blooms and she creates a whole shit ton of life with it, right? So, and then there's Mikola, who is described by Gowry as a craftsman who understands the essence of life. In other words, it is not the fact that he is a link to Trina that is why he is able to be an Empyrean. It is because he understands the essence of life. He is a craftsman, probably like his mother. So I don't think it's that narrow. I just think that there's like an inherent ability that's present here. I mean, Melania, she doesn't really create, she just does war, but yet she's still an Empyrean because of the rot within her, right? So the ability to create life is worth more than just her womb, you know? Female Tarnish be Elden Lord? Yeah, I think it's just coincidence that a lot of the figures that we see are creating life, and they just happen to be women. Because, like, Marika becomes a god before she creates any life. And, like, I just find it a little too, like, biologically focused. And not to mention, even if you think that, Mikola turns it on its head. And if you want to argue, oh, but Mikola has this other aspect, Trina. Trina is not why Mikola is an Empyrean. We don't even know the nature of Trina yet. We have some theories and some ideas. But we can't be certain with what is in base game who exactly Trina is and what her relationship is to Mikola, and if Mikola even created her, or if they're separate beings. We really don't know. We have some theories for sure, but we can't be certain. And not to mention that all three of the ones that we know about were called Empyreans when they were children at birth, in Melania and Mikola's case. So if you needed to be a woman, Mikola was clearly, you know, not at that point. Lord and a god are not the same thing. Yeah, it's, you know. I married Ronnie, even though I'm a lady. Finally, from Subs back to form. It's Dark Souls 2 lore. Regulars is blasphemous experience? Oh, okay, just to go over. Ronnie, Melania, Mikola, Marika, presumably, because she became a goddess, and the Glowmite Queen are the only figures that we know of that are described as Empyreans. The only ones. The other children, they're demigods, but they're not Empyreans. It's something special to be an Empyrean. However, you might be like, oh, none of the men are. Radahn largely does war and destroys. Rykard largely does war and destroys. You know, Godwin, well, he befriends the dragons. Lots of war and destruction, though, otherwise. Morgott, Mohg. Mohg's trying to create a dynasty, but otherwise, the only thing he creates are war crimes. And Morgott doesn't create anything. He doesn't care to. None of them create anything. They're all destroyers or stagnators, for lack of a better term. Mohg is the only one who tries. But I don't want to get into Mohg. Mohg basically lives in his imagination, where he thinks that he's cool and badass, and that Miquella is his... He plays dolls with Miquella's corpse, like some sort of sick freak. So no, Mohg creates nothing but imagination stuff. Other god that's mentioned is the Fel god linked to the giants. The thing about the Fel god too is it's probably closer to an outer god than like an Empyrean. Like, you know, we don't really know what's up with the Fel god. Potential counterexample depending on how you see the hands in snake people. Sorry, I may have missed part of the conversation. He's not an Empyrean, but he maybe creates life, but he doesn't understand it. Because that seems to be the key. They can't produce new life. The only one that tries not to create but to rebirth people is Miquella. I mean, he also... He tweaks people. People's, like, lives with his needles. He's able to get them to listen to him if he wants. He's really interesting. Mohg and Morgott are Omen. Who are their parents? Godfrey and Marika. Literally her children. Yeah. Miyazaki confirm Mesmer is an Empyrean? No. Just say he's a demigod. Only demigod Empyrean who has shaken off the influence of outer gods. Ranni has two, though. Well, it took a little bit more effort for her. I gotta say, Miquella gets, like... He's such a Nepo baby. Like, Miquella is the ultimate Nepo baby. Ranni isn't much better. She's still born a royal of, like, two really powerful figures. But Ranni has way less advantage compared to Miquella. And she gets so close. Genuinely, Ranni's inspo. Still a Nepo baby. But we're talking, like... Nepo baby and Nepo baby, you know? Omens were a race, they are not a race. Nope, Omen are simply born. It's just... Okay, the way that I see Omen, recessive genetic trait, it can pop up anytime. A lot of people probably have like the Omen recessive trait where they grow horns. Okay, we are done here? I didn't pick up the item, did I? Did I pick up the item? I didn't get the curse mark of the centipede, did I? Oh, I did. I did. Curse mark of death. Curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Ranni the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, two demigods perished at the same time. Okay, so it is the same time. Breaking the curse mark into two half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So yeah, this was super secret, so no one would have known. That's true, so that's probably why they buried Godwin, not knowing anything was wrong. But I wonder, even if they knew that he was dead in soul but not body, like, you have to know if something like that happens, right? I think they had to have known because he wouldn't have shown signs of being like a corpse. Also, based on what happens to his body pretty quickly after death in the trailer, like that one lore trailer where they showed his, like, the death pulsing through his body, his eye getting all warped, leaking out of his eyes, like, ugh. He probably looked kind of goofed up. How they make Ranni lose her body and Godwin's soul? Ranni planned all of it. It was Ranni's plan. Part of inbreeding to some degree. So, okay, the thing about Omen, I feel like once again with the inbreeding concept, we're kind of getting in. I don't want to say recessive trait. I shouldn't say recessive because frankly, I don't know genetics, but I think that they just sort of show up every once in a while because they're in the gene pool, because all that Omen are is beings close to the Crucible. And every being is born of the Crucible. Every form of life comes from it, so everyone has it. Do you know what I mean? It's just, and before, the horns and the wings and the misbegotten, they were considered a sign of closeness to the divine, but as the Crucible was started to be hated, Omen were too. Hates weakness? The Golden Order doesn't hate weakness. The Golden Order fundamentalists hate anything that doesn't fit into their image, and the idea that the Erd Tree didn't always exist, and it used to be a Crucible, and it had a different form and a different name, is exactly something that damages their image, which is why they have to hide away Omen, and they cut off their horns and malign them and treat them like sewer dirt. Talked about the Crucible yet? What is it? It's the primordial form of the Erd Tree. I like to call it the Great Tree. I sort of use them synonymously, but apparently it isn't like really accurate to the JP. But the Crucible it looked like a freaking pine tree, likely. It looked like the upturned branches of Siluria's tree spear. Like, look at that. The candle tree shield. Oh, death bird. Yes, we're gonna do that. And then when the Elden Ring showed up, step 3, question mark, step 4, Erd Tree. But no, Omen aren't inherently cursed. They just started to be seen as such and thus were hidden away. And I think that's what happened to Morgott and Mohg. I do not think they were treated badly as Omen from birth, because there's signs that Godfrey loved Morgott. Like, we see how he holds his son. Like, he cared about him. He didn't think he was some evil, ugly thing that needed to be hidden away. But eventually, Marika's power waned with her combination with Radagon, and we don't see much about Marika after she was recombined with Radagon, likely because she was trying to be kept under wraps. I had to make it nighttime. And when we talk about who would want to hide the existence of the Crucible and things that are associated with it, is fucking Radagon. I wouldn't want to cosplay Gideon. Ugh. A lot of glitches in the life cycle. Yeah. Also, obviously not the same thing, but you know how, like, some people are left-handed? And, like, I know for a long time it was under, like, Christianity and, like, Catholic schools and stuff, it was considered evil to write with your left hand because the left hand is evil. So they would, like, the nuns and teachers would, like, beat the kids so they would learn to write with their right hand. Do you know what I mean? It's not the same thing, but things that are natural have historically been maligned for stupid reasons. Hi, Marlo. Nighttime. Stop. He's tickling me. Alright, you're distracting me, buddy. I'm trying to lure. Don't chirp at me cutely, my sweet sunshine. You're a good boy. It's just a random variation, but humans ascribe other values to it. Yeah, especially when seen through a religious lens. Raphael knowing versus Gideon the knows nothing. I would love to graffiti Gideon's desk. Like, Gideon's gotta take a break sometime. I'm sure eventually he goes to the bathroom. Imagine waiting for Gideon to go to the bathroom and he hunches on over, and then when he's gone, you just spray paint Gideon the knows nothing on his desk, and he comes back trying to read his books, and he's like, who the fuck did this? Gideon claims to be all-knowing because he pursues knowledge endlessly. Listen, don't defend Gideon in this house. He's a freaking stinky nerd. No one likes him, okay? We know why he names himself. Doesn't mean he's not a stinky nerd. Wow, that was a really cute input. Holy. I know, listen, I've read the lore. But you know what's funnier? Making fun of Gideon, goddammit. Read the end of the sentence? No, you gotta write really short and snappy chats because there's always a risk I can't finish because I'm busy fighting a fucking Tweety bird made of hell. Sometimes people write paragraphs in chat and I'm like, ah, fuck, I ain't gonna read all that. Like, I just can't. My attention span is too short. But Raph, didn't you like read books and you love reading books? Yeah, no, when I'm streaming, dog. I don't read books when I'm streaming. But Raph, didn't you used to? Damn it! I did used to read on stream, yeah. Technically correct! Yeah, see, I ain't reading all that. See, I'm just, that's an immediate, like, don't read. TLDR, please. Fun fact, the idea of left-handedness being bad predates Christianity. Yo, for real? I didn't know that. Like I said, fighting bosses is the best because I get to just, like, talk complete fucking nonsense. It's really good for my psyche. Ow, you freaking absolute dingbat. No! My life flashed before my eyes. That's right, Tweety. Get fucked. You might notice that in their design, their skull is cracked and their head is empty. That's because they're fucking stupid. Thanks for the twin bird kite shield. I can't believe such an important lore drop is here and I just forgot about it. That's my bad. Oh my god. The snail snakes drop... Hang on. The snail snakes drop serpent arrows? That's really interesting. So they're like little skull dinguses, and they drop these. Arrow carved to resemble a flying snake, used in tandem with the serpent bow. Loyal minions of the formless serpent, their fangs are dotted with deadly poison. It's gotta be them. That's the only ones who was around, right? Sick dodge, thank you, thank you. The moment they scream, you gotta already be dodging. Head cracked and empty like Gideon. Yeah, by the time I'm done with him, his head's gonna be freaking cracked. Alright, let's go turn the lights back on. Because they brain dead birds. Does anyone happen to have that clip of when the death bird literally died to gravity? Because that was key lore. The skull snakes. Man, skull snakes is a good name too. I call them snail snakes because I like it. Okay, so twin bird kite shield. One of the prettiest freaking items in the game. Is so pretty. So color. Shield featuring a vividly painted twin bird. The twin bird is said to be the envoy of an outer god and mother of the death birds. At dwindling levels of HP, this shield slightly boosts both attack and defense. Hang on, where is the item? And the talismans that sort of fit the role of wait, sorry, I'm doing weird. This, I was looking for this. The talismans that take on the role of the no, not this, sorry. Where are they? Do I not have them? Oh shit, that was in my first playthrough. I don't have them. Where do you get the little items that give you a boost when you're close to... Oh, I think I know where. Hang on. I think there's more death birds that I have forgotten about. Somewhere around here? There we go. Thank you, Master MPS. Yeah, this is why death birds are freaking stupid. Is the outer god of death related to Rune of Death? I really don't know. Because what the deathbirds do is they kind of like guide the dead. And we don't really know much about this outer god otherwise, as far as I know. We see a lot of deathbirds. It could be someone that Godwin has kind of supplanted, potentially. Because he's... The deathbirds, I truly believe they didn't look like that before. Based on the other iconography they have, so he likely transformed them. They also do Deathblight on you. They do now. Their scream does Deathblight, which suggests they've been afflicted by it as well. Bird Weapons mentions it was burial before the Erd Tree. Ah. Outer God of Death? Well, Death and Death Blight are different. Death already existed, is the thing. And not to mention, Death Blight is those who live in death. They don't use undead, probably for a reason, but they live and are dead. They are completely in between both. They can't... They're actually... I wonder if he basically created a branch of death and life, like, in between. Because the death birds guide the dead, and then they use spirits from within. Like, what is the word? I never remember what exactly it says. Hang on, it's this. The birds are graveyard firekeepers. It is said they rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. So they use the ashen remains of the dead. And they can channel their spirits via death spells, death hexes like Rancor Call. Which, to be fair, is an old death hex that was rediscovered, so we don't know if it's like in its original form. And then we have Ancient Death Rancor. So they're specifically vengeful spirits, are always vengeful spirits. Show the Deathbird model have a curse mark on their back. Was that Zuli? Okay, why am I here? Deathbird. I want to get a couple more Deathbirds. They're just psychopomps? What is a psychopomp? I don't remember what that means. I'm keeping the Death Shield just for a bit because it's pretty. But no, just based on the fact that the Deathbirds inflict Death Blight on you, it means they've been changed. But their appearance, I think, is a big sign of it too. I think it's here. The fact that they just appear? I was trying to catch this one spawning, and that's sick. Oh, Bonfire Vienna. Okay. So it looks like Godwin was spreading death on both sides of the aisle, right? Like, in the land of the living. And potentially the land of the dead, wherever or whatever that is. That's the Death Blight. Ho, anime. Are any spirits in mythology that guide the dead? Psychopomp? Dude, psychopomp sounds like an insult. What you doing being such a psychopomp? Yeah, so the twin birds. Here, this is what I was looking for. Okay, so I got this in my first playthrough. I don't remember where we get the blue one now. But I saw this and was reminded, and I was trying to show this off. So, okay. The shield boosts attack and defense when you're low on HP. And it's pretty neat. But this sort of explains why. The red feathered branch sword. A talisman adorned with red feathers, once used in ancient death rituals. Raises attack power when HP is low. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and a glorious end awaits those who cling so tenaciously to life. So it's like they channel the vigor that comes from those close to death, and that's basically what Rancor Call is. It's like beings, likely they're vengeful because they died and they remember it, and that's sort of what's channeled. And then when we blew this from Deathbird as well, yeah, I just remember which Deathbird. Missed so much this game even after beating it. There's so many Deathbirds. This one, it's funny, I missed this in my first playthrough, but while I was running through the game on my second character, it happened to be nighttime. I happened to go here. Boom, here comes a Deathbird. Alright, is it the one in Liurnia? Because I don't think I fought that one, actually. No, wait, the one at Gate Town North? I think I did. Anyway, so it's sort of like that adrenaline moment, like when you're closest to death, you are the most alive type concept going on. Bernal Shack. Bernal Shack. Where's the Deathbird around here? I don't remember where. Nighttime slubs dropping random mini-boss all over the place. I know! It's just kind of a bummer because I don't like running around at night, so I missed it. Cliffs above it? I don't remember there being one here. Southeast from there. I seriously don't remember one being around here at all. Coins of Graves are a Greek myth reference? Yeah, the Chiron. The thing is, I literally did this in my first playthrough, so I don't recall fighting it here. There's the one at the Weeping Peninsula, which I fought. That one drops the axe. There's this one here. There's one up here. There's one in Caelid. I don't think there's one more. Here. Wait, seriously? There's one here? And you moved? Yeah, of course I moved, because I don't remember being here, and I got this in my first playthrough, so I don't know how I would have forgotten. I just edited it. Oh well. Multiple giants roam. I don't remember this at all. Alright, well, you see southeast from here. Alright. Have I forgotten a death bird? Maybe I didn't get the blue one? But I could have sworn I got the blue one. Maybe I didn't, though. Right there? See by the ruins? Yeah, I don't think I got this. I think that's why I don't remember, because I've never done this one. Sir? I could have sworn I had the blue one, though. Maybe I'm just thinking of the blue Tearstone ring, though. Because, yeah, the red and blue Tearstone rings are from, every one of the Dark Souls games has one. But they just take on a different role here. And a different lore, different title. Yeah, I forgot about this Deathbird. Or never fought it. It's about 50-50. Thanks for the blue arc. I always say RKR. It's not RKR. With red tears. Ah, RTSR. RTSR. Same lore. Just good to compare here. Oh, no, I did get this. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and thus does one cling so tenaciously to life to render up a death worth offering. I did get this. I just forgot. Really interesting. Huh. I can't believe this one just completely... I seriously thought you were crazy, chat. How dare you, first of all. Am I for war about something? Listen, I have, frankly, I'm gonna toot my own horn. I have a frankly astonishing memory for the lore of this game. And not just the lore, but the freaking... I remember so much. I forget a lot, but I forget, like, unimportant things. Like, which dungeon drops what talisman. Like, that's for encyclopedias. That's for nerds. I remember exactly where everyone spawns and exactly where to get the dialogue that I want and what timeline that's important to do certain quest lines, and I remember it all. I can't believe I remember some of these things I haven't done since the first playthrough. Holy. But yeah, no, I forgot about Deathbird. Play DS2 for the first time in like 5 years. Oh, I'm so jealous. I freaking love DS2. I've been really excited about Dark Souls 1 as well. I'm just so excited to play. Like Crucible Knights too. I like them to look at, but I hate dealing with them, you know what I mean? They're like the lands between's fuckboys. You're just like, wow, look at that armor looking good, cool skills. And they start attacking, you're like, you know? Every time. Oh, you're a lore fan? Name every M-named character. No. They're big brother when you get to Consecrated Snowfield? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's the one that drops the item that I wanted to read. Nice drip, no riz. Oh my god, so true. Not so bad to fight if you have, like, a parry tool. Okay, hang on. Ronnie's done. We got the curse mark. Do I want to do that now? I don't want to not do that now. But I'd like to continue in the basement briefly. Where is Deeper Depths? Yes. The Nameless Eternal City. Damn, that goes hard. Kill the one in Caelid yet? I'm gonna be very honest with you. I don't remember. Actually, no, we did, right? We did. Oh, man. It's getting bad, I don't remember. Because the freaking editing first playthrough stuff. Do you have Death Poker? Yes, I think that one drops Death Poker. It's bad. Getting into the zone and dodging out of a Crucible Knight is so satisfying. Yeah, for real. I remember one time I parried a Crucible Knight, like, literally never got a hit on me, and I just annihilated him. It was very satisfying. Alright, gonna go, toboggan off Niagara Falls with my coffin. Oh, another thing I wanted to mention, just real brief. The coffin responds to us, the one that takes us up, likely because we are dead. The Tarnish is dead but also alive. It's why we can see Roses' guidance toward the tombs, because we are both. That's why we're sort of able to see spirits. Although that seems to be a skill that some Tarnish possess and some don't. We don't until we summon them near summoning, I forget what they're called, summoning sticks or whatever. That's when we're able to see them. Roderica is particularly talented in this regard. Nephili says she can't see them at all. So we can see some things associated with the dead, but that doesn't mean all dead can see spirits. Deathbird and Death Rightbird, though? Do you mean in lore, or do you mean... Oh, lore. The Death Rightbirds are more powerful, and they seem to have access to the souls that are in their wings. If you see their wings, they literally almost look like a portal, and there's literally dudes standing in them. Also, the fact that they're Death Rightbirds suggests that they were perhaps more powerful, created with a specific ritual. It's almost as if they fight with the souls of the beings. Yeah, the Death Right Priests, that's what they're called. You get the lore description later. But the Death Right Priests are within their wings, giving them power. And in fact, some of the main Death Right bird attacks are exactly that. Also, yeah, so this is your second way to get here to the start of Ronnie's questline with the coffin. However, we've done most of this. So I'm going to skip ahead to the Noxella Waterfall Basin. We've already fought the Shadow Blithe. And thus we can just progress past that. I'm going to take this shield off. It's nerdy, but I just thought it was pretty. Is our Tarnish unique in being able to come back to life? Can all Tarnish revive like we do in lore? There's actually a bit of a question about that. It's possible that it is the guidance of grace that allows us to respawn. But the guidance of grace could actually represent something like will to live or resolve, which is why so many Tarnished are lacking it, because they lack resolve to fight, to go on their journey. The ones with the clearest goals tend to see grace. Roger saw grace, but he changed his mind. And he wanted to do something else, and thus he lost the ability to see it. And potentially those with guidance are able to revive. However, that kind of falls apart when you look at Godfrey. Godfrey can see grace. We can actually see it in his opening cutscene. But when we kill him, he stays dead. But it could also be that us beating him broke his resolve, because he's like, okay, I am no longer the strongest. I have been defeated, and thus I must, you know, not return. Respawn at Stakes of Marika, tying Marika into Mercy. Honestly, I think it's also because Marika is literally the reason that the Tarnished... I think that we see guidance because of Marika. Like, I think it's literally her, and the Tarnished that are trying to follow in her footsteps and follow the path that she asks them to follow see grace. But if they don't have the will, the strength, the... what do you call it? The... just, you know, whatever it takes, they don't see it. Or for example, Roger potentially stopped seeing it because he stopped wanting to be Elden Lord, so he doesn't see it anymore, right? Because if you're not doing what Marika wants you to do, she's like, okay, next one. Welcome to the Lake of Rot. We are simply built different, yeah. Also, I think that's another sign that Torrent is linked to Marika. That's the thing too. The purpose of us having Torrent, like Melina giving us Torrent, is so that we can make it, you know? We can get closer to our goal. Who's the one who wants to help the Tarnished? Marika. No Torrent here because Miyazaki's a masochist. And he likes pain, and thus he wants to share his pain with all of us. It's actually very sweet. But yeah, no Torrent here. Hello, basilisks. Yeah, and then there's basilisks here too. Because if Rot isn't bad enough, it's time to have Deathblight. I love Miyazaki. Doing Lake of Rot without Flame Cleanse Me? Oh, you know what? I've actually never done that. Where do you get Flame Cleanse Me? Do I have it? Oh, no, it's in the freaking... No, I can't get that. It's way... That's in the Mountaintops of the Giants, isn't it? Nah, it's too far. So the thing is, that's another reason I don't think the Torrent is previously owned by Mikola. Because Torrent is actually like really happy when he meets us, and I think it's because he might somehow be able to tell we can see grace. So we clearly are a good contender to become Lord. No? Where do you get it then? Can't wait for Deathblight Swamp? I don't want Deathblight Swamp. If a swamp insta-kills you, it's not a good swamp. Miyazaki wouldn't. Is it the monk camp near the Turtle Boy? Oh, dang! I got confused. I think I was thinking... What was I thinking of? Flame Grammy Strength? I don't remember. It's all flame something. Let's go get that. That'd be huge. I've actually never been able to use it before. Not even lava instant kills you? Yeah, because like the thing about Miyazaki is he loves swamps because he wants you to dwell in the mire, you know? So having a swamp that if you sit in it just kills you means you don't get to dwell within the mire, dog. Flame Grammy Strength is Def and Kaled. Do I have Flame Grammy Strength? I freaking don't. I gotta get that then. Maybe not a Deathblight Swamp. Maybe like Deathblight lava though. So like real lava, like DS1 level lava where you needed to put a ring or it fucking annihilates your entire freaking life. I went the wrong way. Listen, I know where I'm going. I'm having a moment because I'm really excited about swamps. Still like an entire zone dedicated to mimics? Don't give me hope. Okay, maybe I like don't know where I'm going. Listen, I'm a little lost. But I got the spirit. It's where that stupid fire boy is. I know he's in this vicinity. He's over here, maybe? Oh, no. No, this is these nerds. Dang it, I took a wrong turn. Holy shit! Bro! The direct right through my dome piece all the way through the front of my body is so good. Oh my god. It didn't even do that much damage. I'm clearly so smart. Oh man. Made you into a unicorn? Yay! Okay, hang on. I remember what I'm looking for, but I'm having like a oh, this away. Yeah? Yes. No. Wait. I need to get a higher vantage point. I'm having like a Google Maps moment. Oh, what's this? A gray violet at this outdoor mausoleum. Interesting. A sleep swamp? The thing that'd be really neat about a sleep swamp versus a bleed swamp, or not a bleed swamp, that would be just too much. A sleep swamp would be really neat because sleep doesn't hurt you. It just leaves you vulnerable for things to hurt you. And madness hurts you. I don't like the idea of a madness swamp. I just think it doesn't fit with the idea of what frenzy flame is. But a sleep swamp, absolutely. That would be perfect because it doesn't damage you. It just leaves you vulnerable, slow, weakened, and also it drains your FP. That's the big one. It drains your FP but doesn't damage you. Madness drains your FP and damages you. I think a sleep swap would be very poggers. There it is. See, we found it. Oh no, 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 no. Oh. That didn't look so tall from up there. Like the Enfeeble in Sekiro. Oh my god, the Enfeeble's actually nightmarish. It's just really pretty with lights everywhere, kind of like Amana. You know what's really neat actually about Amana, now you mention it, is it's basically exactly what I'm talking about. Because it's like, what did I just see there? Oh man, I thought that was a ghost. And then I can follow my runes! Look, we're fine. Amana is a great example. Because it's a swamp. Yeah, it doesn't harm you in any way. There's no slowdown. There's no poison. But you want to know why people hate Amana? Because the enemies will hit you from 20,000 kilometers away. And it's got that Dark Souls 2 aggro range, baby. So yeah, no, absolutely. I would love another Amana. I love Amana. It's pretty to look at, and then it makes you want to die. Gonna have an actual bleed swamp? Bleed's overdone. We already have a bleed swamp. It's called Moog's Arena. I will say though that that swamp that we saw in the trailer does have like the death light color scheme. I don't know. They put a fire prelate's freaking head in the center of their camp. Multiple of them. Big one and a little one. Flame cleanse me! I'm so pumped. I've never used this spell in the Lake of Rot. I bet it's gonna be really convenient. Literally have a lake of blood. Yeah, it's more of a pond. But yeah, it is very bloody. Why not have a poise swamp? What would a poise swamp do? Make you ballerina dance? Make you suddenly become like super poised up? Or what? Where was I going? The Lake of Rot. Sorry, the fatigue is hidden. You know what? I think we're gonna save the Lake of Rot for next time because I really, really like this area. I know. You're like, what? Other than the Dragonkin Soldier, I actually like this area. It's just a fun exploration, and you get a little sticky, but then you have a shower and everything's fine. It's great. But yeah, so I was thinking of starting Dragon's Dogma 2 on Saturday. I'm not sure if I'll start it on Saturday because I want to start it this weekend. I just don't know if it's going to be Saturday or Sunday. I might change my mind because I might want to do one more stream of the LOREATHON. What we're going to be doing from now on is, at least for the time being, I want to try some Dragon's Dogma 2. I think it'll be fun. So it's going to be either Saturday or Sunday this weekend. We are going to alternate between LOREATHON and Dragon's Dogma 2 playthrough. We're not stopping the LOREATHON. I just really am excited about Dragon's Dogma 2 and I want to see what's up with it. It depletes your poise meter? There would be a way to show that if they have an anti-poise swamp. An on button that turns it into a poison swamp. I would like a desert too. FromSoft doesn't do too many deserts, but I like them. But no, sorry, I'm still not 100%. I'm not feeling 100% today, so I'm gonna do a slightly shorter one today. But today was great. I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out for the LOREATHON. Either way, Dragon's Dogma 2 either Saturday or Sunday this weekend. Ring City was the closest we got to a desert. I would say, I mean, it's a little cliffy, but when I think of desert, I also think of Ancient Dragon Peak. But it's a peak, so it's, you can't really be a desert on it. But you know, it's got that sand. It's got that sand vibes. 5.5 hours isn't a short one. That's true. Get better. I'll be fine. I think it's just too much screen. I still want to do some editing because I wasn't able to get my episode. So I'm gonna get the first playthrough episode up tomorrow as well. So, okay, let me see who's around. I got all my tabs open with weird lore things about Portuguese boats and Man, I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of like spoiled for choice right now on who to raid. But I'll send you over to Oro, who's playing some Dragon's Dogma 2 right now. And YouTube. No raid for you guys, but thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah, thank you so much again, everyone, for hanging out today. I hope you enjoyed the lore. I hope you learned some things. I learned some things today. Like 900 hours-ish in the game. Although, to be fair, a lot of that is also PvP. It's not like I'm like playing and learning and becoming better and smarter, you know? It's just various forms of combat and whatnot. But I have a lot of hours in this game, and I'm still learning new things. And it's really, really great. There's so much in this one. And that's why it's so fun. I'm looking forward to getting to the other games in FromSoft as well. Like, I'm so pumped for Dark Souls 1. I can't even express. Oh, it's great. And yeah, either way, join the Discord and follow me on Twitter. That's when you're gonna get go live notifications, so you won't miss the next day of the LOREATHON or Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm really excited for it. Good night, everybody. See you next time. Night night. Thanks for giving my thoughts another home other than the back end of my skull. Oh, that's genuinely why I love streaming, is I get to talk about all the stuff with a bunch of other people who are excited and who know different things than me, and we just share, and it's just, it's great. It's great. Bye, everybody. Say hi to Oro for me. I'm gonna dip out. That's why I want to rate people playing Dragon's Dogma 2, so I can just be like, hello, bye. Too tired today.